it's a tight schedule. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to round 2 finals. We're going to take a quick attendance, and then I will let Dave and Jonathan launch us into the finals. So, Team 16, can everyone raise your hands? Are you all here? Okay. Okay. Team 17.
Our teammate is there, and another teammate is there to get our wings. And the other two, I don't really know.
Jason's the only one that's running late.
Jason's running late? Okay.
So Jason is getting the wings. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see, I guess, when you go. Okay, Team 18. Raise your hands. Vivian and who?
Vivian and who?
Tony? Oh, okay. Team 19? Any of you here? Raise your hands.
Oh, yeah, there's.
Aiden? Okay. Team 20? Raise your... Who's missing? Okay. Go to the bathroom after attendance. Okay. All right, we're all set here then. Team 16, your world is on the headset, so you can... Yeah, you're all ready for setup.
Yeah, so welcome to this morning. I believe we are recording and streaming, so hi for that. But today's gonna be a long day, more for me and Jonathan, but we're gonna spend a bit more time with your worlds because we've got guests in them. And so the way we're gonna do this is, sometimes your team is in charge of getting the guests comfortable and ready to go. Really, like the whole thing is like, can you see? Are things set up? Are you comfortable? And then wishing them luck. Your world is in charge of guiding them through the experience. You will also be giving me and Jonathan your predictions. And then we're gonna watch the guest do your world. This is where, as a team, you are not there helping them as much as you may want to at times. We're going to let the world play out as it's designed. We'll be watching the clock. If things are going too long, we will ask the team if you want to give the guest a hint, and you get, one person can sort of offer one piece of advice, and then we'll sort of see how the rest of it goes. But we'll be paying attention to, like I said, the time and how the guest is feeling. In general, this goes really well. Trust your work, trust the guest. And then we'll talk. So some of the things we'll talk with the guest about how the experience was, then we'll talk about the world. And that's a little bit where the timing and the work is in this. You should still be taking notes on how this goes. This is, in some sense, your last big playtest for the world, but you're also getting feedback for thinking about iteration. One of the things about these worlds, like round 2, is very well set up for festival, because festival is just a building full of naive guests. And so experiences that work well in here often work well with festival. So capturing those notes is a good way to go. All right, with that, I think, Heather, are you our first guest?
I signed up for 10, so yeah, I think I am.
We're gonna get you ready in just a second. I'm gonna get you sort of up here.
I'm naive. You just tell me what to do. I'll do that.
Yeah, so our first guest is Heather. I think everyone generally knows. And we're starting with Team 16? Team 16, yes. Okay. Well, if you want to start getting situated.
but small head. Okay. That's a little bit. Whoa. This one needs a gore warning. Can I what? I can see my hand ghost. Ooh, cool. I don't like blood. Ew, gross. I want to clean it up. Oh. I'm gonna push these big buttons. Oh, what's that? Something going away. Ah. Whoa, bye. Oh. Patient requirement. Okay, here's an empty table, and there's a big trash can, maybe? Biohazard? Oh, there's different pieces. Patient requirement, metal ribs, metal skull. Okay. Metal ribs. I don't know how to make. Okay. Oop. Uh-oh, there go the ribs. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, ribs. Maybe I can do... Oh, no. I'm sorry. Bye. Where'd the skull go? Oh, I saw this reset before, so I'm gonna do it again. Maybe that'll work. Oh, yeah, okay. Metal organs. Like a heart? I guess? Okay. I want to put the organ... Oh, maybe I have to take out the other ones. Oh, okay. Okay. Yikes. Okay. I better hurry. This person is very hollow. Okay. Lungs are organs. Okay. Okay, I don't have to give them metal ribs. I guess I can give them back their own ribs. Okay. I think it's... Oh, there's a brain. Oh. Oh, my. Oh, my. For efficiency, I can do this like this. Okay, now there's a thing that's green, but probably needs their skull back. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I want to be strong and smart. Oh, that's a mysterious request. I guess... Maybe I can give them this other person's brain. Maybe that'll make them smart. What happens if I do? Yes! Yeah, okay. And you want to be strong. You need some muscles? I don't know. Yeah, maybe arms. I guess, yeah, that's... Okay, good. Oh. That's a very accurate limb removal sound effect. Oh, but the little light is still red. I guess they want good legs. Ay, ay, ay. This table's really piling up. What if I put the... Oh, it only lets me put... No? Does it? I don't know. Oh, it won't let me put the legs on backwards. I guess... I'm gonna put that in there. Oh, they don't, like, they're not happy. They're only yellow on the sign. I guess they want a fake brain. I tried to be efficient and conserve organs. Oh, it's still not enough. How strong do they want to be? What else is left? Maybe they need new lungs. Well, still not strong enough. They really just want to be completely replaced, I guess. Or maybe they need a stronger skull cap. Is that enough? No. Gosh, it's really hard to know just how strong I can make them. This music sounds like I have a stressy time limit, but I don't see a timer, which I'm glad about, because I'm struggling to figure this one out. Hard first? Ones? Huh? Oh, okay. It's glad. Okay, it's green. But it's hard to notice when it turns green because it just, there's nothing except a slight change of color on that screen. I'd kind of expect more feedback than that. But it's green, so that's good. Green is good. Yeah. Now there's a... Okay, what? Wow. Wow, a parade of my patience, I guess, but... Not sure why that was... But I'm still playing with these limbs.
Johnny, we get their microphone?
Did you bring us the predictions too?
I got the predictions.
Oh, you do? Okay, good.
Yeah, all right. Heather.
Yes.
Great job. We're going to first talk about the predictions that were predicted. Number one, guess we'll try to pick up all the removable parts if they are in the open chest or there are obvious seams between the body parts.
Say that last bit again.
So it sounds like guess we'll try to pick up all the removable parts. I think they're talking about on the body.
Right. It sounds like they're talking about removable from the body.
Yeah.
I didn't do that at first, and I think it's partially because the division, I mean, obviously I could see on the wall that there were these bionic limbs, but it didn't occur to me that the human would just have such easily removable limbs.
No, I mean, it was clear watching you that you saw the rack of artificial parts, and I think one of the first things you picked up was from over there. But
Yes.
It took a little while for you to be like, oh, I can take parts off the body. But you got there.
Right.
I'm kind of curious. what helped you understand that you could remove stuff from the body?
The fact that there was an open chest certainly indicated that there was something surgical. I mean, it was a surgical situation. There was a lot of blood. And I think after that it was just trying, because if you see the various body parts on the metal ones, then you make the association that those body parts are the ones that you can replace. And I think first I tried to put the new organs or things in without removing any parts. I thought they would just kind of like replace each other. And of course, after that, I remembered that there was just a blank, empty table with blood on it on one side. And that gave me the idea of like, oh, if this was like a surgery in real life, you would take things and put them on this tray. And so, yeah, I think after that it was pretty clear.
Gotcha. Number 2, guests will look at the patient's request on the screen for more information in order to replace the specific parts. You recall the screen?
Yes, although I only kind of clued into that. I mean, the first thing was pushing the big green buttons. So in some ways, I moved ahead because I, was doing the thing. You get in there and you start pushing buttons. And that actually got rid of my first patient without me ever really paying any attention to what I needed to do. So eventually I did look up and see that, I think by then it was like second or third patient, because your eyes are very much downward and you're very focused on the like 3-dimensional stuff, and there's nothing that's really drawing your attention to what the patient is requesting, and until you start to learn and look around a little bit more.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, were you looking for like a hacksaw or something to remove the patient's limbs?
It did at the very beginning occur to me that, oh crap, I might actually be asked to like do that.
Yeah.
I was worried because that's really not what I'm into. And I think I was relieved when I realized that I would not need to physically saw off the limbs and organs of the patient. And I mean, it was treated with a little bit of humor, and I kind of giggled at that.
How did you feel about the popping noise? Was that funny and reinforcing, or do you feel like it didn't match what was happening?
Both.
Okay, great.
It can only be funny because it doesn't match, and because it's it's a bit of a the contrast is pretty extreme. You walk in and it's like realistic-ish looking blood. It's not cartoon blood, and the body is done in a realistic style, but then the sounds are really cartoony. I actually feel like the sound on this could have been bumped up a lot. There was a lot of feedback that sound could have brought, and all I got mostly was the music that's kind of creating a bit of stress, which wasn't real, no real stress, and that one sound effect. So I feel like there could have been more reinforcing sounds.
And the last prediction was the guests will attempt to press the buttons with special signs to refill the mechanical organs or send the patient upon completion. I think that was one of the first things you did.
It's absolutely one of the first things I did. Big green button, push.
Yeah, but you successfully found all the parts of the world, kind of found your purpose, understood what success meant, and were able to sort of navigate what the world wanted you to navigate, it felt like.
Yes, I'd say the one thing that wasn't quite clear was whether I needed to put things in the biohazard bin, because I just started piling them up on the table, and that was kind of funny. So why were there both? Like, if I could fit everything on that table, why do I also need the bin? And there was no game mechanic behind not letting stuff, body parts rot on the table or whatever. So maybe one of those wasn't even necessary. And especially because, you know, I wasn't being truly naive, because if I'd been naive, I would never have looked behind me and never have seen the recycle bin. So if they're, if you're really trying to appeal to a naive guest, that probably, well, that mechanic might not have
Yes,
succeeded.
getting people to look behind them in VR, notoriously difficult challenge.
Yeah, I am truly nowhere near naive enough to have not looked behind me, so.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much, Heather.
Thanks, Heather.
I guess really quickly, like discuss the world, what we saw.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, the world was solid at interim. I think you had a lot. One of the things that helped a lot was you had a lot of different ways to reinforce all the things the guests need to do.
It was less bloody at interim, which is why we didn't warn you, but just know.
But I think notably, your world was very robust. Like
Yeah.
Heather kind of did all your predictions in the opposite order, but it didn't break the world. Actually, like so, one of the really strong things you built in here was a world that the guests could find their own way through and be successful. And so, how and when they found things out was not rigid in your world, and that was a really, really big strength. Like, you know, sending the patient away first, refreshing the parts, all that stuff. Like, if your world had been, you know, designed in a different way, that could have been disastrous.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing about that? When I did refresh the parts, it was at the very beginning. So all I saw was that the thing went down and up. I didn't actually see that it refreshed the parts.
That's true.
But I think the strength of this was just all the little pieces of feedback. I mean, the point about the audio, like for the noise, the fact that there is this snapping sound, like clearly snapping isn't a real surgery idea. Like it'd be weird if it was, but within the fiction of the world, the idea of modular parts and connecting and having the parts connect, like it was, I mean, watching you do it, like you didn't have any problems grabbing parts. You actually went for like 2 legs and 2 hands, like can I put them in at the same time? You had like little questions about which is left hand, right hand, and it seemed like you were able to answer all of those within the world, and sort of like you had like little questions like, will this work? And for the most part, the world was like, yeah, that kind of works. I think that was a really big strength of like the interfaces you developed and like making it work. Snapping
Yeah,
was just
I agree
really
because when I picked up 2 brains, 1 fake and 1 real in my 2 hands, I felt very powerful.
yeah.
Or when you put the wrong brain, or you switched the brains with other parts, that was really great.
Well, and speaking to like some of the freedom that you gave the guests, like in some sense, like swapping brains, I don't think was ever part of the design that you built into this.
You know, there's no indirect control
But
about
you,
swapping brains.
Like, you did.
Yeah,
And like the idea of swapping brains, like it was a nice moment sort of in the fiction of the world, but you're also able to like find out that wasn't quite right and find your way to the right path. So like I think, like I said, a lot of really good, robust systems to ensure that the guests could do kind of what they wanted, but still find their way to success.
Yeah, and as you saw, like Heather probably got 0 points on the first body, right? But like you could have, I think, done poorly on like the first 3 bodies and still gotten enough feedback that you would have figured some stuff out by the end. You know what I mean, right? Just from messing around. So good job in terms of reinforcing that feedback loop.
Yeah, anyway, great work.
We got Anthony. And then Zach should be here by the next time.
I can stick around until 11 just in case.
Thanks for coming, Heather. That was awesome. I'm sorry we scripted you out a little bit, but
I was really hoping I was going to have the one where I get to wear the wings, so I was a little disappointed in not wearing the wings. But
you should have made Anthony go first. Wings didn't work well at interim, so we'll see how they go. Robin's here.
upon a time, there was a mama bird and her 4 baby birds. One day, the baby birds were really hungry, but luckily, there are food booths right beneath their nest. Hurry! The mama bird needs to bring home the well-earned food for her baby. The baby birds started eating immediately, but it seems they're still hungry. The baby birds started eating immediately, but it seems they're still hungry. The baby birds started eating immediately, but it seems they're still hungry. The babies are stuffed. Once upon a time, there was a mama bird and her 4 baby birds. One day, the baby birds were really hungry, but luckily, there are food booths right beneath their nest.
All right.
All right. Let's see what the team predicted.
Anthony, you just were telling me that you hadn't played enough VR.
I've spent more time reinstalling software on VR headsets than I have ever actually playing a game in VR.
Yes, thank you for volunteering your naive self.
Yeah,
We
you're welcome.
appreciate it.
I'm almost embarrassingly naive for someone who works here.
This team has 8 predictions.
All right.
That's brave.
Prediction number 1, they will flap their arms to move and get a bit confused if they do not move.
Yeah,
I feel like flapping happened.
that happened.
Yeah.
Some guests will realize that they look towards the white spot, it gets selected, and it is a location they can move to.
That did happen, but I did not feel that there was a strong enough correlation with my look direction and my actual ability to select those landing spots. It felt a little bit off.
But you saw, let's talk about these white spots you saw. I guess talk a little bit before we get to more predictions. How did you fly in this world?
By flapping my wings one time, as it turned out. But I didn't know that until it was much too late for my arms to have not been tired.
You just got your arm day in.
That's right.
How did you control which way you flew?
by selecting those icons on the ground. There was no independent like body controlled turning or anything like that.
I mean, watching you experience this, it did seem like you picked up on those icons were like waypoints in some sense.
That is correct. Yeah, I did pick it
Can
up.
I ask you a question?
Sure.
Did you feel like a sense of accomplishment when you did things, or was it more like, did it feel just, and also on top of that, did it feel sort of repetitive after a while?
Oh, it absolutely did feel repetitive, and not to the game's detriment at all. I think that by the time I was ready to select the last thing that was the most, I don't know, the most difficult thing to grab, that last thing of French fries, I had built up the skills that I needed to move on to like an additional level of difficulty. Not that there was like, that wasn't a hindrance on the gameplay experience.
I mean, watching you, it was really clear. You got that last French fry, and you were now cocky.
Yep.
I believe that backward, like looking backwards and saluting the Sia was a strong, like when watching playtests, when a guest does that, you're like, that guest is confident.
That's correct.
All right. Number 3, they will see and pick up the hot dog from the table. You picked up a hot dog from
That
the table.
happened. Yep, I did do it.
They will bring the food toward the nest.
Yep.
So, like, you went down, got a hot dog, brought it back.
Like a mother bird.
They will look toward the humans to check if they're being watched.
I didn't really notice, even though there were those big red indicators, that I was being watched until it was necessary for me to go toward the humans. As we saw as I played, there weren't a whole bunch. Like, it was only the last object that was threatened by human contact. And it wasn't until then, really, that I noticed that there was that, like, Sly Cooper style red indicator. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, like, so the next prediction is they will wait until the human looks away and then move again.
Yep.
I mean, watching you, when it became relevant to what you're doing, it looked like you're like, oh, the human is the thing I have to watch out for.
Yep.
And you, like, there was a good moment of, like, watching you get that last French fry, and, like, everyone had a sense
And then
of, like,
hurriedly trying to fly away.
Yeah, I did not feel like I left very many spare seconds to get out of there.
they will try to fly away quickly after being seen.
Yep.
And they will celebrate or act happy when they succeed in feeding the babies. I think
I did that.
I think the salute totally counts as an indicator of that kind of sentiment.
Also the heart that appeared above the baby birds to let me know that I had fed them the right thing really endeared me to them. If I didn't feel like a mother standing up here in the first place, I definitely did after I saw that.
Yeah. I mean, so watching this, like, it seemed like the team found a good balance between indicating to you how the world worked and how the controls worked. Like, I don't think anyone has any illusions that this is how birds actually fly. There aren't magical icons in the world. But at the same time, like, you picked up on that and were able to use it and gain confidence to, achieve the goals of the world, which was feeding your baby birds.
Yes.
And watching that, it felt, I mean, I'm curious how you felt, but you seemed pretty smooth in, like, learning the experience and then using it to achieve the goals.
Yeah, if it were any tighter, it would have felt less like a game, I think. The fact that I couldn't always navigate from perch to perch or, like, place to place was actually, I think, better for the gameplay experience than it would have been had I realized that I could just do one flap and project myself from one target to the other perfectly. That's not as fun. That's not nearly as fun as feeling like I had to, continue flapping, or like I could aim perfectly well. Granted, birds can aim perfectly well. They land on branches that are this big, but...
Can I ask you a question about that? Do you feel like the exertion gives you a stronger feeling of satisfaction, like you accomplished something?
Especially at the end, yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so
for
much.
being an IVF.
Yay, Anthony.
Yay.
I'll take it.
All right.
Thank you.
So
You were a great bird.
Team 17, a lot. Oh, nice. I think a lot of great iteration on this world.
Yeah, so compared to where you were at Interim, it's so much better. Y'all did a really great job. I think we were skeptical about some of your design choices, but you made it all work and you got through it, right? And I think you should feel really proud about that. So
Yeah, and especially, I mean, some of the things, I think the wings did a lot. So the physical wings, like, this is a form of indirect control, which is non-digital, which is giving the guest wings naturally will constrain them and get them thinking about flapping. Like,
yes.
If there are no controllers, like even nothing, like you put wings on a person and just like have them stand there, they will start flapping.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing to think about like how you set the context and how you get the guest into the space that you can use things even before they get into VR to like establish that. So I think the wings did a lot to like help reinforce what was coming, and all those little bits of like just getting into character were really great.
To add to that, the navigation was tough to try to figure out at interim, but I think, and I was worried, you know, I saw the question I asked Anthony, that it was going to be a little bit repetitive, right? But that's one of those things where it's like hard to judge sometimes from outside, like what the guest is feeling, right? And it feels like from the internal perspective, it varied enough, right? And there was like different tasks to do that felt different, right? Does that make sense? And part of it is the physical exertion of like feeling like you have to try to do this thing, right? And so, yeah, congrats on getting all that to work, I think.
Well, and I think notably also, like, you did a really good job with interest curve, because the hot dogs were relatively easy. Like, there was like, get the hot dogs and get back. And that was about getting comfortable with navigation and like, what are we trying to do here? And understanding what the feedback is. Like, oh yes, that worked. You did the right thing. You got it. Like, it goes from white to yellow. And then once Anthony was comfortable with that, then it was like, okay, the humans are an issue too. And so like the fact that the French fries were right near the humans, like you could sort of like know they were there at the beginning, but then they became a thing to think about. And at that moment, there was enough, you know, cognitive load left over to think about them. And it was really nice to watch I almost like watching your brain work, Anthony, of like, okay, the French fries are right there. The human's like red vision cone is on top of them, but there's like this like spot I can get to. If I do it fast, I can grab them and fly away. And like in that moment, it was you had the confidence in the controls to execute on your plan. And it was a really nice thing to see happen. And it's a good example of sort of like of level design, of the indirect control, and of the interface all working together to make it work.
So question for the team, can you hide behind the condiments? Yeah. Okay, so Anthony didn't get that part. So anyway, just small things, right, that you could tweak if you get in a festival, right? But I think I would say also, like, thanks for sticking with, I think hide was your verb, right? And it would have been easy, I think, at interim to be like, that's too hard, we're gonna not do it, right? But the fact that you both were able to polish the experience and carry through on the original prompt, I think is good job. Nice work.
The audio sort of like made things feel nice and sort of relaxed. I think the music did shift a little bit as the world went on, which was nice. Definitely, there was I think in the mix, the music and the voiceover seemed to be lower than like the feedback. And like there might have been some stuff in the voiceover that was helping the guests, but also like the fact that it was a little hard to hear didn't hurt the world in terms of like getting through it. And again, just like the point of having multiple ways for the guests to figure things out and being sort of robust in how you provide feedback is what makes these worlds work as well as they do. So great work with that.
So yeah, anything that they paid attention to in the interface was giving them good feedback. So nice work.
All right.
Okay.
Good job.
Yay, good team. So, Dave, did you introduce Heather when she was coming up? No? A little bit. Okay. This is Heather. She's great. Take her classes. She's awesome. You know Anthony already, so I don't need to introduce Anthony. Do you not know Anthony already? Everybody know Anthony? Anthony works with John Baelish partially on outreach for us. Brings a lot of school groups here. Does a lot of work working with local community. Anthony's awesome. Zach, ETC faculty member, but teaches mostly at Ideate, sometimes comes down here. Zach teaches in the physical computing lab. Do you want to say a little bit about your stuff, rather than me badly introducing it?
Hi, I'm Zach, Robert Zacharias. I don't actually play a lot of video games in my life, so I am a pretty good naive tester. And I do physical computing stuff, like building small interactive electronic devices. And if you want to come up the hill and take some courses in the physical computing lab, we'd love to see you up there.
Yeah. You can ask Aya about it. She's taken our class before. Yeah, so Zach does a lot of stuff with Arduinos, electric circuits, Anything else you want to add to the list? That's like a lot of it, right? So if you're working on LBE, if you're working on microcomputing or weird interactive devices, Zach's a great person to work with. So I want to sneak up to the lab and like build my own MIDI instruments too, but that's like.
I would say, if you like working with the adaptive controller and want to go beyond cardboard and beyond like the
laser cutters,
the
and
homemade, the buttons that come with it,
yeah,
like Zach is the person to talk to about how to go beyond like tape and cardboard, and even also how to use tape and cardboard well.
So I've advised student projects, just like a project wants to 3D print something and design something and like do some laser cutting and like it, you know, you can just get in touch with me and I can help you with that. I don't need to be formally attached to your project as a formal advisor. I'm happy to just be, you know, somebody helping out.
Thanks, Zach.
Yeah, let's tighten it. That seems pretty okay. Oh, did I put on the headset? Okay. Is it backwards? I think it might be. Right. Okay. It was backwards. Okay. Okay. A decent farewell. Okay. Yeah, I hear it now. Oh boy. Oh, I'm sorry. I think maybe I clicked something. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh.
They are always so particular, and even a little mischievous. But my work is simple. To give them a reason to leave this world with dignity.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
To warn you, Zach, the space is a lot smaller this year, so you aren't going to be able to walk around as much. That's our fault.
Oh, okay, okay. Is this for me? Oh. Why am I amplified? Okay. Okay, I didn't know I was mic'd.
It's when you scream like last year, we'll be able to hear it even more clearly.
Okay. Sure. Should I have a little red dot here? Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh. Oh. That was surprising.
They are always so
moving
particular,
out of the darkness.
and even a little mischievous. But my work is simple. To give them a reason to leave this world with dignity.
Do you want to say yes to this dialogue? there's a dialogue here saying create new boundary here.
Behind you.
Do you want him to keep going, or do you want to fix it?
I can keep doing it.
What do you think, team? It's up to you.
It just says create new boundary here. It's fine. It's a very small pop-up.
Okay.
It's
See what you can do.
okay. It does not see my hands. I think it wants an answer to that question.
Okay.
Oh, now it sees my hands.
Hey. Just like magic. I'll try to spot you so you don't run into things anymore. Sorry about that.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay. Get it. I get it. Oh. Okay. Pants. Oh. Okay. That was surprising. Hello, sir. I thought you were dead. Most dead people don't sit up.
Oh.
All right. Maybe you're a different kind of dead person. Okay, let's just do some of that. You don't like blue? Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm hearing noises. Okay, let's just put you in that box. I think that's where you want to be. And I can close it. Nope. No, okay, hello. I'm so sorry. It's a nice mustache. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, let's just finish this process. Oh, jeez. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, don't like that. Don't like that. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Just burned it off? Okay. 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 Okay, you want me to look like you? Okay, all right. You have a portrait on the wall. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. All right, you want a white flower? Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Oh man. Oh god. Ah! Ah! Okay. Okay. White flower. Jesus. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, okay.
Hey, Zach.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, young man.
Yeah, that's fine.
He was never picky for himself,
Just a bit.
only for me. When I saw him dressed like this, just as he was the day he proposed, the
Yeah.
memories came back.
Do you need a hug? Are you okay?
Remember his face.
Oh my gosh. I'm actually a little sweaty.
And not because you were flapping your arms like the last game.
All right. Well, let's quickly go through these predictions. I think number three.
We'll let you
everyone
chill
like
out.
number three.
It's good.
All right. Number one. Player will know their task is to dress a corpse.
How did you figure that out?
Yeah.
Well, there's clothes, there's a corpse.
I mean, what else are you gonna
Connected
do?
the dots.
Yeah. We're really lucky you looked behind you at least a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you had to look behind you. There are all these sneaky things trying to kill me.
Number 2, player will eventually dress the corpse in the correct order according to the hints.
Yeah, I didn't get the hints. I didn't know that the portrait was the corpse. I didn't get that.
Yep.
So.
Well, I mean, you did eventually, though. I mean, I think to your credit, you went from not sure how these things went together to
And what the feedback was.
a bit more there is a bit more guidance and structure to what you're supposed to do.
Yes. Eventually, I understood it.
Prediction 3. Guests will be startled by some horror events.
Yeah, when I turned around, he was sitting up. That was very surprising.
Yeah. And then it just kind of went from there, right?
Yeah, sitting up, and then there was some flashing, scary things, and then he showed up, and then his family was there too, and then I was in another room, and then there was an attacking zombie army.
Yeah.
But then they disappeared.
Yeah.
And
Did you make sense of any of that?
No.
Okay.
The attacking zombie army, no. And then only at the end, it was his wife was happy to see him dressed the way she remembered him. I understand that, but I did not understand it until the epilogue.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't get it.
Question, so the basic structure of this was, if I'm watching, you are grabbing clothes from a table and putting them on the body.
Yes.
How did you know if the clothing was the right or wrong choice?
Well, I didn't. I saw sometimes the clothing burned off in an orange fire, or green fire, and I didn't know why. And it took me a long time to understand. Either that I was going in the wrong order, you can't put on the tuxedo before the white shirt, or that I was making the wrong choice because there were multiple tie colors and rose colors.
Now that you've done the experience, can you tell me what the right way to dress the corpse is?
I think probably shirt. Maybe was there an undershirt too? I don't remember. There might have been an undershirt. It was a little confusing what the shirts were. But probably pants, shirt, tuxedo. No, pants, shirt, tie, tuxedo, jacket, rose, ring.
Were there correct color choices as well?
There were wrong choices I think there was a correct red tie and a correct white rose, but I'm not totally sure of that.
All right. Do you have a sense of how to know what the correct colors were?
And a ghost would try to kill you.
Okay. Well, in some sense,
very picky
getting
dresser.
it wrong and sort of eliminating wrong options.
Yeah. You're doing, that's great.
There was thinking about you learning how this world works.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really great moment at the end where you did 2 last things to the corpse. You remember what they were? I think there are 2 things you placed for the corpse.
The ring, which was floating.
Yeah.
And no, the rose.
The rose.
Rose in the ring. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and watching it, especially the ring, seemed like a really lovely moment of you just kind of getting it.
Well, that was very clear.
It was
close.
there's a ring.
It wasn't on the table behind me. It was floating over his hand. I was okay, that was easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyway,
thank you so much. Sorry that we terrified you 2 years in a row.
Listen, bring it on. It was fun and scary.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about this world a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Zach. Sure. It's okay. You're always a memorable night you guys. So take your class.
All right. So this world both maintained the core of what was interim, but went in ways of escalating that I'm very surprised by.
I was surprised by this too.
I think a fascinating thing about this world to me is this is a very simple mechanic. It's get the clothes on the corpse right. And a lot of the interest curve comes from the feedback, how the world reacts to what I do. And it feels like there's sort of this tension you've created, which is if I get things wrong, things get dark. And the goal is to get things right and build our way to this happier, more peaceful conclusion. I'm kind of curious for the team, how much of the things that are probably the horror elements are aspects of getting it wrong versus just natural progression? If I do everything right, is the world very different, or do I see very similar things still in the world? Okay, so the haunted events are feedback for you didn't do it quite right. I honestly like watching it. It was kind of a fascinating interest curve. I think one of the moments that Zach had was the flashing to the corpse in the portrait.
Was the corpse like holding the portrait? I couldn't tell. Yeah, I'd be like, do this, right?
And Zach, like your reaction was fantastic for that. It was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, oh, you have I see now that you have a goal for me.
You have preferences.
And so I think this is like just a really fascinating, choices of like how to present feedback that's not just pure UI, like a sound effect or like thing flashing red. You escalated beyond like the shirt just doesn't work to like the eyes glow red. You've got all these things that are sort of like giving feedback in and moving the story and the atmosphere forward. What I think was like a really bold choices.
Yeah. I think you also got a little bit lucky because I think if Zach had immediately seen the portrait and just put all the clothes on correctly, it would feel maybe a little flat even, right? And so figuring out what an acceptable range of different experiences that people can have in your world, I think might be something to still think about in terms of, you probably encountered it in playtesting too, right? So just trying to figure that out. Because if you get the premise right away, it's an
interesting take on indirect control.
Yeah.
Which is count on the guest making mistakes, and then use the feedback for the mistakes to be a lot of the interest curve.
Yeah.
A lot of like how the world works. And a lot of times we think about an interest curve in indirect control being the guest gets it right at every step. And this is a world where it's actually best if the guest doesn't get it right and struggles, and the struggle is kind of like what this world's about.
Absolutely.
And like, kind of like that.
Yeah. I do think like Zach said, the army of corpses or whatever that shows up is very scary and looks awesome. It's a little bit hard to fit it into the story. Does that make sense? Like, is that just like, now you didn't just piss off one dead person, you pissed off like all the dead people. Like it's a little, that part's a little bit weird, but it looks awesome.
Yeah.
So I can see why you put it in there.
I think on iteration, what I would think about is, because you've got such a strong atmosphere, and I think that the system you built is actually working pretty well. It does lead to a story ending, which seems to be about the corpse, basically the character coming to a peaceful end, in particular with what appears to be their dead wife. And I would wonder if would be ways to pull some of the feedback away from zombies and closer to sort of like this hidden love story.
Right.
And to like build to more of an understanding of the story of this character. But that's sort of like a nice place to be on like the foundation you built.
Yeah. The only other thing too is you could tell, we didn't talk about this with Zach, but there was the transition from the opening scene where you have the title and the table, and then to the scene where you have the body and the clothes still feels a little bit weird, and I don't know exactly how to fix it. They just feel a little bit disconnected at this moment. That's the only other feedback I have.
But yeah, I mean, I think a really bold choices on how to like use feedback to both get the guest to understand they're not doing the right thing, but also bring them into this world and kind of like play this world into an emotional space.
Yeah.
And walk that line between like creepy and scary and sort of like comforting and peaceful.
And notably, some of the problems with horror worlds can be if the person's really freaked out, they make worse choices. Does that make sense? Like they can't figure out the puzzle because they're freaking out so much. Does that make sense, right? But you've tailored it to a way that even though Zach was clearly freaking out a little bit, like you were able to, he was still able to get through it. Does that make sense, right? So what you don't want is people to get stuck freaking out in a horror world because then they'll just quit, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anyway, really great work.
Yep, nice work. Robin, is it you? Sweet. This one should be less scary, but again, you never know what they've done since the last time I saw it. So. Okay, minor introduction first. This is Robin. She is relatively new at Working with Us, the past year and a half, 2 years, something like that. Works with advancement, reaching out to donors and funders and helping set up everything that enables the ETC to happen. So Robin is doing great work for us.
Yep.
You can introduce yourself later. Sorry, I didn't let you do that beforehand. Okay, go. I think, are you good? Yep. Is she okay? Something's not wrong with the game. It's just in the game. You're good. You have plenty of space.
Nothing else.
This is Rescue Center. Your flight status is unstable. What's happening? Report your situation immediately. Distress signal received. We're coming for you. Start a fire immediately. Those monsters are afraid of light. Search the wreckage for a flare gun. It's the only way we can see you in this canopy.
Here. How do I do this?
Flare spotted. We're moving in. Prepare for extraction. Hold on. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Signal is stable. We have you. You are safe.
Yay! Great job, Robin. Nice work. You escaped.
Yeah.
What was your deal?
I was, I guess, part of like a military group or something. I was stuck in the woods. I had to light a fire so I could see what was going on around me. There was some creepy stuff
Yeah, creepy
that was
stuff.
trying to get me. So I had to light the fire. I was trying to, it looked like I could like pick up a lighted stick and use that, but I wasn't able to do that.
Okay.
And so then...
So you're trying to shoo it away with a torch, basically.
Or just like see around me, you know, like pick up a a torch so I could, you know, kind of
Yeah.
just see around me.
Absolutely.
And then I saw the gun. Or it was a flare gun.
Flare gun.
I thought it was at first I thought it was a real gun, and then
So you're just like shooting the monster.
I wanted to shoot the monster.
You couldn't figure out how to get it to fire, right?
No. Yeah.
Because it's not a physical object, so you're like, how do I pull
No.
this?
So like I was trying to move my hand in different ways, and then it just directionally kind of, you know, kind of went all over the place. So I don't
Okay.
really
do
know
you,
how I got it to fire.
You don't know how you got it to fire. I was going to ask you. Yeah. How did you get rescued?
It looked like they dropped a rope for me. And I went to try to grab the rope, but it didn't look like I got it. But then it said, got you, you're safe. So.
Do you feel like you played any role in your own rescue, or do you feel like you were like in a creepy situation and then people rescued you? Do you know what I mean?
I think that the flare helped them spot my location. But other than that, I don't know that I did anything else other than like try to grab the rope.
So you don't have a sense of accomplishment, like you did something. That's okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. That's a good response.
All right, we've got 3 predictions. Prediction 1, the player will light a match.
Yes.
Totally did
Check
that.
plus.
Yeah.
How was the match lighting?
That was very easy. The
Nice.
box, the lighted box, I saw the matches, and then the box was very bright, so I thought it was like a light source of some sort. It wasn't immediately obvious to me that it was a matchbox. But then I was like, oh, it's a matchbox. So I picked up the matches, and yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that seemed to work pretty smoothly.
Yeah. Number 2, the guest is going to find the use of the logs. I guess
Yes.
You found logs.
I didn't see the logs right away. So I kind of saw a shadow of the fire, you know, the sticks set up. And then the pile of logs were off to the side, and I didn't see it right away. But then I saw it, and I was like, oh, I'm going to, you know, put fuel on this fire. And then the fire started to go out, and then I could put more logs on the fire, and then the fire started really going out, and I lit another match to light it up again.
And then the creepy hands.
And then the
arrived.
creepy hands came out.
That was
and
a little bit surprising the first
that
time,
was
yeah.
very surprising.
Could you tell what they were trying to
No.
do? Okay.
No, and then when I mean, they were right there. It was very close to it. It wasn't like they were trying to grab me or I wasn't able to interact with them in any way. So it just was scary.
Got it.
And we're going to jump all the way to the end. The guest will escape with the rope.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't
Yeah.
get immediate feedback when you grabbed the rope,
No.
though. So that part, you seemed like you were kind of unsure.
Yeah, it didn't seem like I could get a grasp on it. Or it didn't like, you know.
It didn't react to you grabbing it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that would have been a better
Yeah.
experience for me.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
All right, thank you
I think
so
you
much
did
for
an
being
amazing job. Thank you so much.
you.
Yeah.
Yes. Thanks, Robin.
All right, let's talk about this. So the beginning, this world starts really well. I think the intro with the 2D graphics are really good. They help sort of like set the stage with an audio and kind of like give us a sense of where we are.
Yeah, we didn't ask Robin about the intro. Did that help, Robin? The airplane stuff in the beginning? Yeah. That is a problem in VR sometimes. It's easy to like be trying to orient yourself and then like have a hard time navigating the intro. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But as truly like a scope choice of like just going for a way to interest the guests, like good choices there. The beginning, like the matches are just lovely.
The matches are amazing.
Every
I
time-
don't know how you got them to be that intuitive, but they're really good.
It's like
So,
if a team were like, hey, we want to try to get a naive guest to light matches with hand tracking.
I would be like, don't do it.
And so like how well that works is just really great to watch each time. And then like watching Robin do it, like looking like a really nice connection between I have matches, I need to light something, I'm looking for fire, just like the lighting of the fire, having the fire become lit. Really good, strong connections.
And then I think part of the reason she found the wood after the fire was lit is because it's not as dark, right? And then you take a moment to kind of like look around and see what else you can do. So I think in some ways, like, she's like, I didn't see them at first, but like, I think that was a good kind of setup, right? In terms of like the steps. So.
Yeah, and then like using the logs to sort of fuel the fire a little bit to like just how this, like just understanding, explaining how the world works. And then like the world kind of like hits this big, weird twist moment, like this hand comes in, And I think that's where...
Is it one hand first and then two hands? Is that how it works? Or are they both there and she just wasn't looking at them at the same time?
One hand.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think watching it, that was definitely a place where it's kind of hard to know what's happening. And notably, it's where your world goes from, this is the way the world works. Matches light on boxes, you can use a lit match to light fires, you can put logs on a fire to like make them bigger, and then like creepy monsters in the woods. That monster is some shape or form that like I always see right now our hands, like communicating that is a much bigger challenge.
I will say once you can sort of see the body of the monster through the trees, I think it was clear to me, I don't know if it's clear to Robin, that it's the same monster from the intro sequence that's trying to grab the plane, right? But part of it's because you only see the hands at first, so it's a little bit unclear and surprising. And I don't know if that's good or bad, that it doesn't match your expectation of what the monster might look like. Yes, Robin has a thought. Yeah. 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 Yeah, this is a question for the team. How is the guest supposed to interact with the monster? Like, because right now, Robin didn't get whatever you were trying to get her to do, right? Yeah, so Robin was trying to use the burning stick to attack the monster. That didn't work. And yeah, I mean, I get what you're trying to do, right? Like, to me, I think I saw in Robin's headset that the hands were grabbing logs, but I think she didn't see that, right? And so I don't know how to reinforce that, but, like, that could be a thing. And I think the idea that you can grab a burning stick and swing it at the monster is cool, right? I don't know if that's feasible, but...
Well, and this speaks to just one of the challenges of getting guests to understand things in worlds. When things match expectation, intuition, you basically sort of just need to make it work the way they want it to work. But when you bring in a whole new idea that you need to teach the guest, you need to find ways to sort of paste that in. And it's one of the challenges, just like, how does the guest have the time and attention, and are they ready to learn? And I think your world is going for kind of like this tense moment of you're both struggling with the threat, but also learning how to manage the threat. And just be aware, that is a wonderfully challenging design thing to work out. It's like, how do you keep the guest like in the moment of, I'm under attack, I need to like struggle, I need to like be worried about timing and be worried about safety, but I also need to pay attention to see what's working, what's not working, and learn how it works. And I think you have like the nice thing is like you're building upon this idea, which is light is safety, light is good. I think that really worked well. Like I think well communicated that darkness is kind of bad, light is good, the fire and the matches are a source of light and protection. And I think the thing that was just like a little bit of a mismatch was seeing the feedback and kind of connecting like how the monster works sort of in a mechanical sense.
Yeah. I mean, part of it too is like the monster is like reaching toward the fire, right? Which is a little bit counterintuitive to your idea that the monster really wants to put out the fire to put the guest in risk, which I think is what you're trying to do, right? Like the monster is like, I am evil darkness, and I want to like put you in the darkness and then eat you, right? And so, but part of it's like the hands are just reaching for the fire, and so it doesn't feel like the monster is scared of the light, right? But even then, like Robin had fire, and she was trying to use fire against it because that's the only thing in your world, right? So it could work, right? And I think just trying to figure out how to land that moment a little bit more, right? Because I think if Robin had landed that moment, I think almost everything else would have worked, right? And probably trying to grab the rope wouldn't have bothered her as much, right? But she was already in this state of like, I'm trying a bunch of things, nothing's happening, right? And then when you know what I mean? And that's really kind of frazzling as a guest. Does that make sense? Yeah.
But I really love sort of like the interest curve you built. Like you've got this sort of like high moment of like plane crash at the beginning, and then we're sort of like in this like tight moment of getting a fire started, and then you bring in this threat. I think the threat, like that's where I look at the iteration of like how do you paste that in so the guest is ready for it. And then like I think one nice thing is like I think the flare gun gets revealed by the monster.
That part was
like,
great.
Really lovely like dealing with, we can't have the flare gun happen too early, and so we need to pace it in. And then like you had that countdown of like the timing, and so I think you had like a really lovely interest curve design here of like how to get this to work. There's just some interface things like how to make it sort of smoother for the guest. The way the lighting changed, like with the rope and the helicopter, like bright white
That
as
was
opposed
great.
to like warm orange. Like I think there's a lot of just like good choices. So like how just like think again like how to connect the guest to the moments more strongly.
Can I ask one question? How does the flare gun work? My intuition from watching Robin was you have to use 2 hands. Is that right? No. Oh, you have to point it up. Oof. That's tough because the guest really wants to fire it at the monster, right? Yeah, absolutely. And again, like, yeah, I mean, I thought it was like she was pointing it and then she put her second hand up to try to figure out what was broken and then it went off. But no, it was just when she was pointed vertically, right? Yeah. Everybody wants to do the water gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, as I was watching, it's like, wow. Like I appreciate one that the flare gun was picked up and like oriented well. But
yeah, like it doesn't. You don't pick it up backwards or upside
like,
down or things
hand
like
tracking to pick up something that has a clear trigger is yeah.
That's
I think
tough.
you're learning little things about the choices in VR and how they have.
But y'all took on some really tough design challenges, and I think you were fairly good, right? Like the first 2/3 of it are really solid, and like yeah, you're just taking on some stuff that's not easy.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and I think overall, like it tells a really tight, well-designed story. So I think really good work that.
And yeah, I mean, Robin definitely felt emotions, right? So that's good.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Work team. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Where do you want me to look?
They're trying to make sure it's centered for you.
Listen up, soldier. Here is your mission.
Just
Identify enemy
pretend
aircrafts,
nothing is happening.
determine their
We're just gonna
orientation,
fix it for you.
and relay.
You seeing things? Not now.
Not now.
Oh, sorry. It's my head. Sorry, I'll get out of the way. It's me. It's my fault.
This way. There we go.
Listen up, soldier. Here is your mission. Identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation,
Sure.
and relay the
Remind me where it
information
is.
using the dashboard in front of you. We're counting on you.
Don't let the guests fall over.
Oh, do we lose it again?
Oh no!
I can stand. Do you want me to stand?
I repeat. Identify enemy aircraft.
I'm gonna move the chair so you
determine
don't
their
trip over it.
orientation.
Yeah.
And relay the information using the dashboard in front of you. I repeat. Identify enemy aircrafts. Determine their
You getting it?
orientation. And relay
No
the
hands yet,
information
no. Oh,
using
the controller's in the
dashboard in
screen.
front of you.
Sorry. Give us 1 second. Gotta get it to cut off.
I repeat. Identify enemy aircraft.
Okay, can you see your hands
Determine
now?
their orientation.
There we go.
And relay the information using
Sorry
the
about that.
dashboard
You should be
in
all
front
set.
of you. I repeat. Identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation, and relay the information using the dashboard in front of you. I repeat, identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation, and relay the information using the dashboard in front of you. I repeat, identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation, and relay the information using the dashboard in front of you.
Wait.
We'll give you a hint if you get stuck. Don't worry about it. Just
I repeat,
do what makes sense.
identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation, and relay the information using the dashboard in front of you.
I don't see any planes either. You're okay.
I repeat, identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation,
Team, is she stuck
and
or do you need to
relay the
restart?
information using the dashboard in
She's
front
not stuck.
of you.
Okay, you are not stuck.
The base is taking damage. Stay sharp. Repeat, do not falter. Identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation, and relay the information using the dashboard in front of you.
But like what?
I repeat, identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation, and relay the information using the dashboard in front of you. I repeat, identify enemy aircrafts, determine their orientation,
How are you
and
feeling?
relay the information using the dashboard in front of you.
Ooh,
Outstanding shot. Hold the line strong.
nice work.
The base is taking damage. Stay sharp. Do not falter. The base is taking damage. Stay sharp. Do not falter. The base is taking damage. Stay sharp. Do not falter. The base is taking damage. Stay sharp. Do not falter. Command to tower. Command to Fortress tower. Has been hit. Fortress has been hit. Hold your post. Hold your post.
Yeah, do you guys want to give her a hint?
The base is taking damage. Stay sharp. Do not falter.
No, you can't see what she's doing with the buttons.
Command
Do you understand how
tower.
the buttons work?
Fortress has been hit.
So,
Hold your
identifying
post.
aircraft, orientation, sending that.
You got that.
And I think that maybe these
Radar shows
are
a
more
large
useful
wing of
that really
aircraft
see
inbound.
what. It's harder to determine what the planes are.
Use the emergency flare to spot the enemy.
But maybe it's like these guys.
Yeah. Can you get them or is it?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. You're good.
So like to see these.
Oh, got really dark. So you totally figured it out. Are you having trouble hitting the button?
A little.
No worries. Because you're standing up. Can you reach lower just because you're higher up for the buttons? Is there stuff she can still do? Okay.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Do you want to stop? How are you feeling? It's up to you.
The enemy pushed us hard. Learn from this.
I think I can give some feedback from here.
Hi everyone, I'm Jennifer Shulo. I work with I work with Robin Mitchell. So I work in the advancement team. So I connect with alumni and prospects to help support all the cool stuff that you guys have going on. So.
And this is your. Did you come last year?
I've been here. I've been here 3+ years. 3 years. 3 years. Yeah.
Of BVW.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
nice.
So Robin and I do a lot of work here on campus, where our offices are in Hunt Library, but we travel a lot as well.
Oh, I was asking about BVW. Did you come to BVW last year?
I don't think I did.
Okay.
I don't think
so
I did.
First time BVW person.
Woohoo.
Thank you very much. You want me to start? Yeah.
Let's talk about what you were doing in the world.
Yeah, what were you doing? Who were you and what were you doing and how did it work?
So I was responsible for identifying which aircraft were coming to attack, basically identify what the aircraft was, what the orientation was, and then sending that information so that they could.
How early did you figure that out? Did you figure it out before you blew up
It took me a minute.
the first one?
It took
Or
me a minute.
Did you know what you were doing before you blew it up, or did the blowing up sort of trigger that you'd figured it out?
The blowing up trigger that I figured it out.
Great, awesome.
Can you describe how you did your job?
So I think there was a little bit of an order of operations of how it was laid out, right? So it was so also the auditory. So there's auditory cues, once you finally are in that world and you're realizing,
right,
figure out what it is.
Well, and that person's repeating the same order to you over and over again. Yeah.
But that took a minute, though, because you're
sure.
in that world and you're orienting yourself.
Yeah.
And then it's the way that it was laid out. There was another button that was at the top, which I wasn't using.
The big red button?
Yeah. So what was the big red button?
What was the big red button?
And I didn't even feel like I didn't even use it at that point. Okay.
Interesting.
The
So
hardest.
that was why you're there's still stuff she can do when she got a little stuck. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, you got to the ending. Yay!
The hardest thing that I had trouble identifying. So there was the little primer that showed you what the aircraft was.
Yeah.
I was still having trouble discerning when it was coming at me what particular. So I was doing it based on shape and color, but I still had a little bit of trouble figuring out which the aircraft were. And then as far as the orientation goes, too, I think that there were 3 directional orientations, and so I don't know. Was the first one coming into the right, and then so I had a little trouble understanding the direction of the orientation as well. So just the way that they were, just the way the buttons were, just my brain didn't.
Can you describe so you're talking about the information you had to figure out?
Sure.
Like orientation and plane type.
Sure.
Once you had the information, what did you do with the information?
So that's when, so when I could discern the shape of an aircraft, that was when I was able to, press the button for this particular aircraft. I know then it's coming in this direction and I'm going to press this particular button. Sometimes it was a little bit of a guesswork where I was just I was wildly in there pressing buttons too at a certain point too.
Were you getting the buttons to work? Because part of it was they wanted you seated, and then you ended up having to stand up. And I think that they were.
I think that they were at a certain point.
For reference, we couldn't see you pushing buttons.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm trying to get a sense of what you did.
How I figured that out. Yeah. So they would light up. So there would be there was feedback there. So you knew once you pressed it that was the button that you were pressing.
And then did you do something once you pressed the buttons? Was there something did it just stuff happen, or did you have to push another button or something to
That was when I also had to just send the info, right? So I would press I would press the button. There was another info button that you had to relay for where it was.
Is there 3 buttons you're pressing? 1, 2, 3?
Yeah. So it was indicating the aircraft, indicating the orientation, and sending the information.
Okay.
And they would light up, right? They all lit up.
Got it.
How many planes did you successfully?
I feel like I only did 1, right?
Okay.
That sounds right to me too.
Sorry, we're not. Sorry, I didn't do a good job.
You're great.
Do you have a sense of when you didn't get it right, what was wrong?
I think that I wasn't identifying either the plane type or the orientation. But I think, I still had trouble. I don't think of myself as colorblind, but I had trouble discerning the shapes of the planes.
Yeah.
And
What
then-
about, you messed with the binoculars a little bit, and then after a while you seemed to kind of like give up on them? Can you
Well, I
talk about
guess
that?
those were, at a certain point, I was like, okay, so is that going to help me look at them closer? Is that going to help me discern what the shape is, what the type is? I think that there was, at that point, there was a lot of information coming quickly,
Yeah.
and then we were under
Lisa,
attack.
let's go through the predictions. First one, they'll scan the sky with binoculars.
Which
Yes.
you did.
Which you actually did. Like, you picked up binoculars.
Though
like,
by the time you did that, there were no planes, which was probably a little bit
Yeah.
confusing, right? Yeah.
You'll recognize the arrows represent the direction the planes are heading.
Yeah.
I had a little trouble with that, but I'm directionally challenged to begin with, so.
And they will panic when it becomes dark and planes are hard to see.
Yes.
Yeah, you definitely did
And
that.
and they said that will lead you to press the emergency button.
Which you did.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
I
Did
didn't
you
do that.
see the red button like lighting up and just
No.
decided not to press it? No.
I didn't see the red. Was it lighting up? I didn't see it
I
lighting
thought it
up.
was like the only thing glowing in your very dark hut at that point.
I didn't notice it.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for being
Thank you so much
Yeah,
for coming.
thank you, guys.
We appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Cool. Let's talk about the world.
Yeah. So, man, this sitting down, standing up thing in the beginning threw you off a little bit, but it sounds like I was worried that she just wasn't able to touch the buttons, but it seems like that wasn't the problem, right? So that's good. The interface was giving good feedback, and it sounded like she was able to figure it out, right? That you press this, you press that, and then press the other thing. I think you had this weird moment of reinforcement where when she finally got binoculars and was scanning the sky, there were no planes, right? And I think that threw things off slightly.
Yeah, if I had to say like the missing piece that didn't happen was us like that discovering how to identify the planes
With the binocular.
in a reliable strategy.
Yeah.
Because I think definitely got the sense of the planes from the distance and hard to see and hard to understand, but there wasn't like that aha moment of, oh, the binoculars help, I can use that, oh, the connection between that.
Right.
And I think
Well, and when she was using binoculars, she was getting like not that great feedback on them, right? And then when she wasn't using them, those were the moments when she might have gotten better feedback. So there's this weird misalignment of how that played out, right?
Yeah. One thing I actually really loved was you had consequences to missing the plane.
Yes. Right.
Because, like,
Yeah.
sort of talking about like the dressing the corpse world, like this world had sort of like this feedback in the world about things going wrong. That was part of the story. And it's the thing to be thinking about in terms of how a world works is the guest goes through the world once and they kind of get their own story. And like, for better or for worse, this was a story of struggling to defend the battlefield.
Yeah.
But it was, I think, legitimate struggle. Like this was, I think, understanding like the tools and like it being a little bit challenging to both see the sky and manage the control board, and sort of like manage that attention at the same time. And things are getting kind of worse. And that the fact that there was, I was a little worried that the world was going to be just sort of like this steady state of waiting for it to advance. And the world legitimately had stakes in the sense of like you can get bombed. Like it was like glass breaking. Like the thing is degrading. Like just like the world.
I don't know if you noticed, but I also noticed the airships leaving the base behind you as people are fleeing from the attack. Like that was a really nice touch. I think they looked really nice. Really added to like the atmosphere. Like that's the sense I got was like you were being bombed and everybody was like, "Get out of here!" Right? Am I right about that? Yeah, I thought that worked pretty well. And I thought you also responded well to our, like to your own detriment, to our feedback at Interim, right? That it was a little bit too predictable, right? And so you can blame us, right? And parts of it if the guest wasn't able to figure that out. Does that make sense, right? So, but yeah, there was a lot of iteration on the overall narrative and storytelling in the environment, and I think you should feel good about that.
Yeah, and one of the things that I can sort of feel like watching this, like just even like the framing we had, is there's a hidden skill here, and I think it's possibly exacerbated by standing up, which is balancing where you're looking.
Yeah.
Right. Like as we watched it, like we weren't able to sort of see the bottom, and part of it is like in the headset you have to balance looking down and seeing the controls, but the action is up here, and it's a thing that you often see in designing experiences for guests is how do you think not just about where the information is in the world, but where the guest is able to pay attention to, and I think it's a a strength of your world that you have a natural tension there, that it's part of the interest curve to sort of like having to pace and sort of like spot and input the information. But it is also a liability when the information kind of becomes overwhelming of like a guest having the skill to balance those two things.
Yep.
And like having to do this sort of thing where you're like managing the lower space and managing the upper space. And I like I said, I like the fact that your world has that.
Yeah.
And it definitely is like a hidden challenge for a guest to master.
I think part of it too is it was really hard for Jennifer to get an early win. You know what I mean? To be like, I did it. Like she got the win when she blew up the one plane, but by that point it was like kind of an overwhelming amount of stuff. Does that make sense? And so we're able to chain that into like multiple victories, right? And so it makes me wonder, like if you need sort of like an artificially paced first or second moment, right? Where it doesn't advance to like onslaught of planes until you're confident the guest understands the interface and can do it consistently. Does that make sense? Because the only bad thing about the world keeping progressing, right, was like as she was struggling, then it made things harder instead of easier, right? So that might be the only thing to think about in terms of the pacing of that first part, right?
Yeah, but I think good example of a world where the guest is struggling a little bit, but the interest curve still holds.
Yep.
And like good choices on, I mean, I like the interface getting a bit more, sort of like expressive in some sense.
Yeah.
I think the way you sort of like, we're shifting some of the design.
Yep.
And then like the way the world itself progresses, like I said, the damage, the fact that the world's getting like, we're getting kind of beat up. And so there's like, you could imagine two guests going through, one like acing it and it feeling like looking easy, another person going through and like struggling and having the world catch on fire, really good. And yeah. There's a few hiccups, but honestly, the hiccups that we saw, I think, are like understandable by us and like how this like fits into like the experience you built.
Yep, and definitely a lot of iteration from Interim. So yeah, nice work on that.
Sure. Thanks.
Good job. Who is next on our list? Oh no, somebody canceled. Hannah, can you come down potentially? Are you here? Is Hannah here yet? No. Sorry, we have a gap. Somebody canceled.
Okay.
I gotta go.
We're gonna take attendance again, and then Team 21, your build is in this headset, but let's do attendance first. So is everyone here, 21? Just bring everyone. Are you okay? Who? Ian's not here. Okay. Yes. Oh, he's here. Oh, he's here. Okay. Okay. Okay, Team 22, can you all raise your hands? Are you all here?
22, is there one there?
Okay, we'll come back to you. Team 23, can you raise your hands? Are you all here? Okay. Martin's sick. Okay.
Everybody knows you. We don't have to introduce you,
Okay.
right?
Team 24, raise your hands. Are you all here? All here? Okay. And Team 25, can you raise your hands? Are you all here? Who are you missing? Jenny and who?
Jenny and who?
I don't know.
Oh, 24.
There's 25, 25.
Oh, no.
Jenny, oh, and Henry.
25. Wait, Jenny is not in Team 25. Jenny is not in Team.
Yeah, if we have gaps in the schedule until.
Jane. Oh, Jane. Who said Jane? Oh, Jane. Oh,
Okay. Okay, back to Team 22. Are you all here? Who's missing? Liz. Okay. Okay. So yeah, here's the headset.
Yeah.
It needs to. You need to start casting.
Tell Jennifer she did great. Okay, y'all get Amanda. She's a, No, I will just say she did destroy a murder mystery last year because of her hidden secret knowledge of things. So no pressure of murdering. She secretly murdered. No.
And just for the second session, can me the predictions.
Yes.
So you should have them printed out. You're gonna basically get the guests comfortable. Your job is to make sure they're in the headset properly, things are oriented, the world starts well. You also get them out, so don't leave the guests just like hanging out, wondering what's gonna happen next. So the guest is part of your responsibility.
Yep.
Then we'll talk with the guests, we'll talk with Amanda about how things went. You should be taking notes. Part of the final thing is submitting the feedback and notes from this. It's good to be watching this final playtest, getting a sense of like where are still some of the rough spots. This is, again, like stuff that could lead into festival, so that iteration still exists as a future possibility.
Yep. Remember, you can talk to the guest, especially if they're in the headset and can't see you, and you need to recenter it or something. You need to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll just be like, what is happening, right? So you can talk to them about anything except the contents of your world. Does that make sense? So getting them in the headset, out of the headset, where to stand, where to put their hands, any of that stuff is totally okay, right? Because we want to make sure that the experience is good for the guest as much as possible, right?
Cool.
Where do you need her to stand? Should she come forward? Just launching it for you. No pressure. No good. I don't know, you did so good last year. I think you should just chill. You'll be fine. I want to typecast you though. It's okay. I'll spot you if you want to walk around any. The worlds are smaller this year, so you shouldn't have to move too much. Yeah. And then you just fell through it. Oh no. Fake tables, the bane of everyone's existence. I got a giant sword stuck in the table one time and couldn't get it out. Yeah. We used to show that video as a cautionary note. Yeah, so she's just going to recenter it for you.
Now see your hands.
Nice work. Okay. You're good, Amanda. Oh, the casting. You're. No, you got it.
Anything off?
Just a
Your
hiccup.
bar, call it in. Much appreciated.
Good evening, young bartender. Working late, I see. Well, my shift is up, and I'm in need of libations. A yellow herb for me, I think.
Yellow herb. Oh, I see. Gin and honey syrup. Oh, that's the shaker. Okay. Gin. Gin.
It looks like he needs a lot of gin.
Yeah. And some honey syrup. Okay. That's enough.
Nice sound effect.
Here's a glass. Oh. There you go.
Nice work.
And let's just put a little something on there. Nope. 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 Got it. Ugh. Son of a. Here you go. Let's take it. Oh!
Jolly good job, my young fellow. Just the quencher of my thirst I required. Bartender, lend me your ear a moment. Now, there's been talk of a phantom, a ghoul, haunting the halls of the hotel. Call me superstitious, but I always keep a vial of ghost repellent on me. I'd feel much better if you had it for the night shift. No telling who you might run into.
Hey. Thank you. Where's my ghost?
Listen carefully. We have just received a witness report that the shadow is closing in on your bar. Probably seconds away now. If it steps in, treat it like any other customer. Install it if you can. Keep in mind that it is likely armed. Play cool and wait for us.
Good heavens!
Bourbon. Just gonna take that. Oh God. Bourbon simple brothers. Just set this. No, look at this. Wait. Bourbon. Yeah. Simple syrup. And bitters. And he doesn't want the ghost repellent. But
Told you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Sorry that we've typecast Amanda a little bit as our detective.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, tell us about what's going on. How did you make sense of what was happening?
Well, the instructions were pretty clear. So the having the phone call and the conversation with the first guest was great.
Nice.
Yeah. And then making a drink, I am not one for cocktails.
Mm-hmm.
So it was good that the recipe was provided.
Nice. Were you worried about it? Like, were you anxious about making cocktails?
Yes, I was.
Uh-huh. But
Yeah.
but you succeeded.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Did you? How was that process? By the end of it, did you feel confident? Because you were you were putting a lot of ghost repellent right in front of his face.
Yeah, I did.
And that felt like you had figured things out.
Well,
a
I
little bit?
had originally wanted to keep it behind the bar
Uh-huh.
and like just sneak it
But
in.
it kept teleporting back to
But
the
it
front.
kept going back to the
Yeah.
front.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I guess
Maybe they just want to make sure you didn't forget it.
maybe.
I don't know. We'll have to ask them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let's talk through the predictions. Number one, they will hear a ringtone behind them and turn around and pick up the phone to make the ring stop.
Mhm.
You picked up the phone.
I did.
They will try to pick up bottles and pour out whatever's inside into another container because the NPC is asking them to make drinks.
You did do that. But you were pretty successful. You weren't just like pouring stuff all over the place.
Nah.
Yeah.
They will try to deliver or throw the finished drink to the NPC sitting across the bar to fulfill the order.
Yeah, how did you figure out where to put the drinks?
Just experience at a bar. I
Yeah.
just-
You kept like,
set it
sliding
down.
it
You
closer to them?
I was like,
You're like, are you?
Take it?
Here you go.
Well,
Here you go.
I think notably,
Yeah.
like thinking about this world, you were asked to be a bartender.
Right. Yeah.
And it seemed like what you were doing, if like watching it, was like, I will do the things a bartender does.
Correct. Yeah.
And the question was, did the team build that into the world? And it seemed like for the most part, the answer was yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a perfect recreation of how the world really works.
Like the lemons
There's
don't
no
really
money, there-
lemons don't stick to glasses that,
Yeah,
that
no-
way,
no.
right? Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like you were using your own intuition, understanding of
Yeah.
how like the world should work to make things happen. And for the most part, that was a successful strategy.
Right. Yeah. Like I knew that was a garnish, that little
Yeah.
lemon. Or,
And the eyeball too, right?
well, yeah, it was there on the table. So.
Yeah, yeah.
Talk a little bit about the last drink you made.
Yeah.
How did you decide what to put in that drink?
I went off of the little card that said what the ingredients were. I did try to liquor them up a little bit in case.
Yeah. I
The,
could sense that about you putting a lot of
I
bourbon
did put a
in it.
lot of bourbon in that one. So yeah, I was trying to match that, and then I did notice that the poison was crossed off. So I was like, well, we're definitely adding that. So-
I'm actually surprised you didn't predict that.
Yeah.
Because
Maybe it hasn't been consistent in playtesting.
watching it, it was just a lovely little piece of indirect control.
Absolutely.
Like your world isn't terribly subtle in some aspects of this. But it was like a really nice little touch where like your goal, it seems, was to get the guests to poison the killer.
What happens if they don't poison the killer?
Yeah.
Whoa! There was a life and death situation. You didn't even know
I
that.
didn't even know.
That's high stakes.
I was in such danger.
Listening to it, like I recall the phone conversation, the other person was like, hey, don't just treat them like a regular guest and play it cool. So
Yeah.
you actually got explicit instruction.
To not poison.
Not to meddle in the situation, but just to like stall. But you went ahead and like did what apparently like they really wanted you to do,
So
which was
survival instinct, yeah.
add poison to the drink. And I guess like I just call it out as like a really good moment of like the team building that moment of the world and you like picking up on it and following through and like making it all come together.
Amanda, can I ask you a question about tone? I feel like we've seen a couple of worlds so far that were grim and scary, and this one felt like a little bit over the top in a way that I think might have facilitated you feeling more confident about what you were doing. Do you think that's a fair analysis?
Yeah, I didn't feel scared, like scary.
Right.
Like the way it was, I don't know, visually to me, and like the friendliness of a bar, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's most people's interpretation of a bar, but for me, like, oh, okay, this is fine. Everything's fine. Yeah.
Nice work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thanks.
Yes, let's talk about this. I think your world, one of the things that is notable is you're like riding this edge of scope in your world. And I mean, to the credit of the team and the world, everything works well enough.
Yeah.
I mean, like watching the garnish get added to the glass, I don't think anyone would be like, that is, best practices in like VR manipulation. But I think too, like where you are, there's like, you had an incredibly complicated world. Like even though it's a relatively, like we're just in a single space and there's like 2 customers and a bartender, but you had to build out a whole bartending system.
And you had like false choices, or they could make drinks wrong, and even though that didn't happen, right? Like there's a lot of options that you gave the guest.
Like so you had to like build out a whole bartending world and system that the guest is able to like use, and to your all credit, like it wasn't a like just like push a button and like move it along. It was like pick it up, move the lid, pour it in, shake it up, like add it, grab a glass, give it to the customer. So all these different pieces had to be built. And then you're also telling a story that involves like kind of like some crazy things happening. Like you have a character come up, have a conversation with me. I have to like be able to hear him, understand him, like get a sense of what's going on. He gives me like an important thing of like this vial of ghost repellent / poison, and then we have this lovely moment where we get told on the phone, like, hey, like there's a killer, but just like play it cool. And then we turn around, we hear this, the other character getting violently murdered right next to us, and we turn and see it's this creature in black with glowing red eyes, and part of me is like, how? Like, I love the juxtaposition of asking the guest to play it cool, and this happens, and then what happens next is that ghoul reaches in and grabs the eyeball of the murdered character and puts it on a plate, and there's a little bit of like, okay,
we're going there now.
This is where we are.
Yeah.
But I think so. Like you were very ambitious in all these pieces, and I think, but the choices you made, like the first character, like he just stands there for the most part. He's not like his face isn't really animated, but it still works.
Yeah.
Like, everything you did.
He has a kind of like slightly over the top jolly personality, right? Which I think really helps set the tone for the rest of the experience, right?
Yeah.
Like if he was like, okay, you gotta know what's going on here, right? Like you'd be creeped out and weird, right? But like you sort of were able to like ease Amanda into it by being like, ha ha ha, jolly good show, old sport, and like that really worked, right, in a way, and to like sort of like get across the vibe that
I think it's a thing that everyone like making stuff like confronts is your job is not to recreate reality, it's to create a space that works and is believable. And your world was believable in its own context. Like even though like some things are clipping through the table surface, and like it's a little bit of like fighting an interface.
Absolutely.
It works, and I really appreciate how much trust you put in the guest, because like that, like turning around just seeing that row of bottles.
That is a lot of bottles.
It's sort of like this can be overwhelming.
You could just have like 1 extra bottle. You didn't need like 8 extra bottles. Oh, I see. Well, so the other thing to say too is like you really scaled this down from where it was, right? Like especially narrative-wise, the fact that you were able to truncate it into such a short experience and have it really land, I think is great. And again, like I don't care about the body falling through the table or the ghost repellent randomly teleporting because it doesn't impact the experience. Does that make sense? Like, and that's okay. Those are the kind of bugs you're like, oh, that's a bug. We'll just fix that, right? As opposed to the experience just doesn't work. Does that make sense, right? So you made good choices in terms of what to prioritize.
Yeah, and like so talking with Amanda, that I thought it was a really great ending to sort of like have the guest like actually take their own agency here.
Yeah.
Be like, I'm gonna do this thing that the world like actually told me not to do.
Well, and if Amanda could have grabbed that gun, she would have shot him. Like maybe multiple times. It's hard to know, right? Yeah. Yeah. No. Would you have shot him if you could have gotten the gun? I was sort of wondering. Oh, just to make yourself safer, yeah.
I interpret it as the gun was like just
pointing a little bit at you, and you just wanted it to not be. Okay, yeah.
Anyway, just like strong choices.
Yeah.
Good job of giving the guest agency, but still using that to get the guest where you want them to go, and bring the world full circle on kind of a crazy story, but making it work.
Yeah, great job adapting. Nice work. Okay. Robin, you want to do one more? We're going to make Robin do one more and then go to you. Is that okay? Nice. I just promised her she could do one more. She was super eager. Do you want to introduce a little bit to the second crowd since they might not know you? Hey, Robin's going to introduce herself, so shh.
Hey guys, I'm Robin Mitchell, and I'm the Chief Advancement Officer for the Entertainment Technology Center. So I do fundraising and constituent engagement, business engagement. I work with foundations and individuals who want to support the work that you all are doing. And yeah, I've been here for about a little over a year. So I'm super excited to participate.
She's also really great at her job. She already raised like millions of dollars for the library and stuff. So just saying, she's going to get us a new building maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. It's totally good. That's why we have TAs. Robin is slightly less naive than she was earlier in the day because she already played one. But yeah, to be fair, I had never done VR before I was Naive Guest. Yeah, so it becomes a problem. You'll be teaching VR soon, is what I'm saying. That's not true. I guess I did VR as a kid when it was terrible, but not like this stuff. No. The one problem with our guests is they get less naive over time. So we got to recruit new people, yeah. That's the thing. Any new WE staff, we're going to bring them down. Yeah.
Tighten this up a bit. Yeah. Yes. Maybe a little more, actually. It's kind of heavy. Yeah. Yep. Okay, I can see my hands.
Can you see your hands? Nice. Can you just pinch your thumb and your forefinger together until the infinity sign appears? Oh, there it's there. You're good. Don't trigger the controller, then the hands will disappear. Here. Can you put your hands down and let Tassi sort of recenter it?
Yep.
He's gonna pretend to be your right hand. Sorry. Come on. Does it think you have 3 hands? No, you're good. Oh, here it is. Go, go, go. Yeah. Boom. Okay. I think you're good. Can you see your?
Yep. All right, I'm gonna. It's game. Oh. Don't know where it went.
Late again, Administrator. The authority has taken note. Your captain shall be dispensing your first target directly.
What?
Judgment agents are standing by. Confirm subject identity for detainment.
My phone is all messed up.
Do not touch the camera.
Sorry.
Mismatch detected. Suspect has escaped. Deterrence issued. harmless actions serve the enemy. Suspect has escaped. Demerits issued. Your duty is to the authority, not your morality. Demerits issued.
Oh, it's my mom.
I just wanted to check in on you. I know things haven't been easy. Maybe I haven't said enough, but I am so proud of you. You make me so grateful. Do not touch the camera.
All right.
Clearly your loyalties lie elsewhere, Administrator. Judgment agents are on their way.
It's like that's a symbol or something.
Do not touch the camera.
Is that it? Okay. Sorry, we have to struggle in the darkness for a little bit. Nice work. Good job, Robin. You're great. Let me hand you a mic.
All right. Got some predictions. First one, the guest observes and picks up the desk objects.
He did.
I believe very much.
Right away.
Yeah. I wanted to see what they were all about.
You're like, I want to drink some coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to read that book.
The guest turns towards the ringing phone and answers it.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard it ringing, but it wasn't obvious to me that that was the phone. So I was like, oh, okay.
But you got to
I
the
got
phone.
there, yeah.
Did you understand what the voice on the phone said?
No, I couldn't. It was really distorted. And
Yeah.
so I really couldn't hear or understand what.
I was wondering about that. I only caught a few of the words.
Yeah, it was really hard to understand.
And then the guest hears the knocks and turns towards the door, sees the disc, picks it up, and inserts it into the glowing disc slot.
Yep.
Amazing.
Watching that was like, that seemed to be what happened.
I will say that I intentionally turned around to see what was behind me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I almost didn't do that. So if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have turned around.
Yeah. Getting guests to turn around in VR is notoriously difficult.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
So some questions about who you were and what you were doing in this world. Who do you think you were?
Was I like some operative trying to free people, or I was trying to? No, I don't know. It was really confusing to me. So, like, I would put the disc in, and I'd hit the red button, and then it would say whoever was on the screen escaped.
Yeah. That happened 3 times, 4 times?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Could you tell why anything was happening?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of stumped. I was like, well, I know that I can do this because I'm physically able to touch this button, but the why.
So you're getting feedback that you could put the thing in and you could hit the button and then something would happen.
Yeah.
But you weren't.
I
figuring
didn't
out,
know
like,
what my
why.
mission was.
Yeah.
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 And also, I think watching it, there was an interface. So there's a button you push, and that would, I think when you did it, it would say like, oh, the person escaped. Like knowing the world, one of the options that you could do was push the arrows and shift what was selected on the screen.
So I tried to hit the arrows and it didn't do anything. So I thought it was just the red button.
Got it.
Okay.
So you got negative feedback. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Cool. How would you describe the ending? What do you think? What happened at the end?
I think I got in trouble.
Why did you get in trouble?
I think because I let too many people escape.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Do you think you got in special trouble for letting your mom escape?
Yeah, I think the
Okay.
evil eye was not happy with me.
You had this moment though where you're like, oh, it's my mom, and then you like picked up the picture and like looked at it for a while
I thought it was a clue.
before you hit the red button.
Yeah.
That wasn't because of your emotional attachment to your mom. You were just
Oh
like
no,
trying
it was
to figure
definitely
it out.
emotional attachment. But then my thought process was, if I hit the red button, it'll say she escaped, so that's a good thing.
Right,
So
right. So at that point, you were making a conscious decision.
Yes.
Just be like, I'm not going to arrest my mom.
I'm not gonna do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's dear old mom.
All right.
Sounds great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You're great.
Bye, So, really good iteration from Interim. I mean,
Absolutely.
the world has become, I think, a lot
more
complete.
focused.
And a lot of the indirect control of like getting the guest to find things and turn around working really well. I think the disc moment is like super strong. There's definitely a little bit of the voiceover audio being distorted and sort of like not being able to pick up on it. And I think notably, there was not sort of another way to get that information necessarily.
I think the vibes of the room were pretty strong, though, right? Like you were working for a fascist government, and do you know what I mean? There's a lot of other stuff in there.
Well, but I think it's sort of like built
But
up.
it's
to
true.
This
Like-
one moment of feedback, which was pushing the red button and learning that the person escaped. And I think like that's an interesting moment to watch for a guest because there's a different story that forms if you aren't sort of getting the complete story.
Yes.
Which is I helped someone escape. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
And
Well, and especially by the time you get to the end and you're like, I want to help this girl escape. I want to help my mom escape, right? So it was really like the first two not quite landing the way you wanted them to, right?
And I think it's part of the interesting design challenge here is how do you get the guest into the mindset of I am making a choice about should this person be arrested or escape.
Right. Or also like I'm in VR, but my job is to look very carefully at screens that are in VR. Do you know what I mean, right? Like that like meta level is a little bit tough. I feel like we've seen that in a couple of worlds so far too.
Yeah. I would say the way this world looks, like the screens,
Vibes are great.
the
Art
way it
looks
sort of
really
tells the
great.
story, really, really great.
I even like that when you see the mom on the screen, it's like it's not the same photograph, you know? She's like turning around and like in a protest or something, right? Like there's some nice little touches to the art that I think really come through.
And also, I mean, it's sort of another example of a world where you went ahead and you do have sort of failure cases. Like the guest can do things that in some sense like the world isn't the exact path the world wants to take, and it still works.
Yeah.
Like in terms of like the what the guest is doing and how they understand that. And it's part of trusting the guest to have some agency here.
Yeah.
And the trick that I think the challenge is like how do you get that first moment? Because as I was watching it, it was sort of clear that the world was escalating. Like we were going through the sequence of suspects, but it was sort of like the guest wasn't there yet at where the world wanted them to be. And like how do you sort of like get that to be synced up as a sort of like design question.
Yeah, part of it is like, how do you make sure that the guest is making a choice rather than just like hitting buttons, right? And that's hard because then, I mean, I'm a button presser too, right? And so like then it just reinforces like slightly different things, right? And so trying to figure out how to make it robust against that sort of like just like fiddling around would be, I think, it seems like the main thing you might think about iterating.
Yeah, and it's definitely the challenge of feedback is it's hard to know when the guest is doing this if they're doing something, if they're willing, like making a conscious decision to have that person escape, and so that's what they've done, or if they're just still learning the system.
Yeah.
And I think if I were iterating this, I would possibly insert, like obviously this is like out of scope for this phase, but I'd insert like possibly like a moment of like tutorialization, like where you teach the guests what their job is. And right now, I think the heavy lifting of that tutorialization is kind of like the voiceover, like, hey, this is your job, and then you are asked to do it. And so a question would be like, could you get the guest to first do this, and then they do it for real? It'd be a way to like separate it out a little bit. But that would be, like I said, that's where I might push the iteration to like think about that pacing.
But I will say, it felt like, I mean, we talked to Robin about it, like by the end, she was making a choice to let her mom escape, right? So you did, it's not that she didn't figure out all four, right? She at least landed the fourth one. Were you consciously saving the little girl too, or no? No, okay. She got 1 out of 4, right? So, but that's better than 0, right? So again, Like you do have a lot of, there's some robustness already in there that's going to direct them at the
it
right
also
thing.
makes me think
right?
about the challenge of this world is like you have to teach the guests that
you should do their job and then not do their job.
Yeah, that we
right?
should punish people.
Yeah.
And that's what that means, and like understanding that. But then you should also, I guess, needs to discover that if they don't do their job, good things happen. And I think it's a credit to the feedback system. Like you have this whole idea of like, hey, like they escaped, what's up? And I think you made a really good choice, like how to convey that. And just like the missing piece is the guest gets the fuller context, that it's their job to not have them escape, but then it's also the design of the world to evolve out of that in some sense.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But
a lot of really good work.
Great iteration. Nice work. Thanks. Question. Probably, yeah.
What did the voice say at the beginning?
It gave you. So in the very beginning, the voice gives you instructions on finding targets on screen, and I think the exact term is select your target on screen for detainment.
I mean, you could also just reinforce that with text on the screen, and it might work too. It's hard to say. No. Brave.
Yesterday night I had confirm and select target next to the buttons, but I thought that was too much instruction.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, taking a risk is brave, right? And I think that's good. Like, I do think we have a few worlds that sort of put you into VR and then gave you an interface, like sort of like moving more towards round one. And I think that is complicated, and I think it's both brave that teams tried it, and also I think you encounter some of the challenges of doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. One of the things that, basically as developers and designers in the space, is providing the tools for the guys to do something, but then providing the understanding of how to then use those tools to achieve things in the world. And like when Jesse talks about indoor control, like he talks about interface as a form of indoor control.
Yep.
But there's a subtle piece that you also have to like work on. It's like how do you know the guest not only knows how the interface works, but knows its purpose?
And is doing it intentionally rather than just like fiddling with stuff, and that's really hard. We had a similar world in the first 5 that struggled with the same thing. I don't know if y'all are watching, but you might watch that one too and just like see, right? Because it's challenging, right? Yeah, absolutely.
And not truthfully, the way game developers solve this is providing by more clear instruction.
They just provide direct instruction.
You all are in an artificially difficult scenario here, where like the amount of instruction you can give has been limited.
Yep.
When we move forward, one of the things we'll have to do is unlearn some of those restrictions to bring guests, more directly in. And so, like, I guess recognize that the design challenge here is intentionally constrained to like put pressure on this, and that the techniques people use to like overcome these things are both in the space of indirect control, but sometimes are in the space of direct instruction, direct control.
Yep.
We know that.
Absolutely.
Anyway, really good work.
Hannah, you ready to come down? Yeah, let's do it. Nice work, guys. Do you want to introduce yourself to people you might not know you?
Yeah. Ooh. Hi, everybody. I am the communications person for the ETC, so when you see me walking around taking photos, it's because it's my job, not because I'm a freak. Yeah, I think I did this last year.
Yeah, you did.
And I've used VR a couple times before, but it was the one where there was like a deer monster, and it didn't. I was supposed to like open the safe. I was supposed to open a safe, and there was supposed to be a gun I could use to kill it, but it glitched, and I opened the safe, and there was nothing, and then I died. So.
Yeah. So you're experienced with both the highs and lows of BVW worlds.
I still thought it was cool.
No, it was really cool.
And it's interesting because I was not afraid of dying.
Yeah. Well, the deer monster, I remember being this like weird mixture of like a little bit creepy, but also like.
Yeah, it felt like
you kind of wanted to pet it a little bit.
In like a Miyazaki movie.
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, well you can wear them. It's better because otherwise it can be hard to see things. Yeah, I mean, if you buy them, you can also buy your own prescription lenses for them, but we haven't done that for all the guests, sorry. We'd have to send us your eye prescription early. She's trying to get it over your hair.
Yeah. Is that okay? I can take the hair down too. Yeah, that's perfect. I can see the stage. Oh no. Yeah.
They're gonna give you a controller.
Oh.
No,
I can
I'm not gonna hold it.
Oh. Okay, now I can hold it.
Now you can't drop it. Other hand.
Great.
It's just hard when you can't see.
Yeah.
You good?
There. Yep.
Okay. Good luck.
Great.
Let us know if you need anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Do I need to...
I don't know.
Oh, I'm in the spot. Play.
I'll spot you if you want to move.
Yeah, it says I don't... Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Feedback.
All right. So what, I hold this?
You're doing great.
Mic drop. Okay. There we go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh,
Hold
wow.
your horses, Mike. You're not done here yet. I mean, come on, kid. What's the first rule of show business? You've got to leave them wanting more. So wave at them. I don't know, give them some. Rile them up a little.
Wow, the crowd goes wild. Oh.
Throw something over here! Hey, throw me that microphone!
What about this water mama?
Throw something over here!
What? My
Hey, throw me that microphone!
What? I tried throwing the microphone.
Throw something over here!
Good boy.
You're doing good. Just
Hey,
hang in
throw
there.
me that microphone!
Oh, there we go. All right.
This is the best day of my life! Yeah, just wave or something.
Wow,
I
easy
want that water
crowd.
bottle!
Oh, I have to throw it to this guy now. Okay.
Throw something over here!
There we go.
I want that water bottle! This is the best day of my life! Come on, wave at us!
Wow.
Throw that guitar over here!
Throw the guitar.
Throw something over here!
Awesome. Okay. Oop. Oh no.
Throw that guitar over! This is awesome! Come on, wave at us! Please, give me the drums!
I'm getting cleaned
Throw
out.
something over here!
Oh wow. Okay, that worked. Or maybe it's
Please, give me the drums! This is the best day of my life! Wave to us! Wave to us!
Wow.
Throw me, Jim! Hey, watch those hands! Throw something over! Anything for the fans! Hey, watch those hands! Anything! Thank you so much! Throw something over here!
Wow.
Give it to me! Give it to me! I really want that! Throw something over here! Throw something over here! More! Give me more! Throw something over here! Throw something over here! Yes! Oh my God! Yes! Give it to me! Give it to me! Oh my God! Throw something over here! Oh my God! This is awesome! Give it to me! Give it to me!
All right. Jesus.
I agree. Yes! Oh my God! Yes! Something over here! More! Give me more! Something over here!
Great. I'm getting cleaned out. Fuck this guy. Whoa. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god, I missed. Okay. This thing does not want to go into the audience. There we go. Oh boy. All right. Thank you.
All right.
What were you doing in this world?
I assume I'm some kind of pop star, and the audience is just going crazy for me. And I don't know. Is it a commentary on the cost of fame?
Maybe.
That's how I read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great. You want to read predictions?
Talk through some predictions?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, number one. The microphone is far from the guest at the start, thus the guest will learn how to do a distant grab.
Okay. Yeah.
And the
Did
guest
you-
will
did you learn
grab.
that?
Yeah, I got it
Okay,
eventually.
okay.
I
No,
was
no,
like,
that's
at first I thought I had to walk towards the
I thought so,
microphone.
too.
And then I was like, wait, I'm not supposed to move.
It was definitely a danger moment of, like, is it a walk forward or a distant grab? I think
Yeah.
all the worlds are designed around for you being stationary, so like it's
We
part
should
of
have warned you ahead of time. They're smaller than last year.
It's okay. I took a step forward and I saw that I didn't get any closer, so I was like, it's
Okay, cool.
And then,
But you figured.
combined with our title, Mic Drop, the guest will drop the mic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was dangerous going for a pun and then getting it to actually happen. Luckily, I guess you know enough dad jokes.
Yeah.
Then, so the guests will try to move their controller and realize that they're waving to the crowd, and the crowd will start cheering. Thus, the guest will keep waving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The guest will listen to the manager's speaking audio and will wave to the audience as needed. So, like, there's a like audio telling you to wave.
Yeah,
to
there's
the
like
crowd.
a prompt that's like, wave to
You
it.
better wave.
Yeah.
Throw me that thing. Throw me
Yeah.
Jim. Could you figure out which one was Jim?
No, I just kind of grabbed the one closest to me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's
Yeah,
okay.
so the guests will hear "wave to me" and "throw to me" and ask for specific things, and you'll sort of grab things that the audience is requesting.
Yeah.
And then it says there's a second phase. The guests will notice that the audience is starting to spawn with no demanding item, but since that you've been trained to throw things, you will just start throwing things.
Mm-hmm.
That did happen.
Yeah.
And then at the end, the audience will keep asking them to throw something, and the guests will look at an empty stage, and then they will be confused as to what to throw the audience.
Mm-hmm.
And then they will sort of hear the heartbeat audio and see the glowing heart, and will pick up the heart and throw that to the audience.
Okay, I didn't hear the heartbeat audio. I just looked down and I saw it, and I was like, oh, well, guess that's all I got.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, can I ask you about escalation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, in the beginning, you're just, like, waving and throwing normal things. When was the moment where you were like, oh, I can throw anything?
I mean, I think it's because they start asking for increasingly, like,
Weird things.
crazier stuff. Like, they want you to throw the lights and the speaker and the guitar. I think the guitar is when I was like, oh, this is a little much. I mean, I guess it is possible that some, like a musician will smash a guitar.
What you said when you grabbed the guitar was awesome. I'm just reminding you.
I mean,
Was that but then you were like, that felt a little much. So you know what I
well,
mean?
no, not in a negative way. I was like,
see,
oh, it's being taken up a notch. Where it's like,
okay.
I think if it was supposed to be realistic, which it wasn't, but if it was, I would be like, that's a little much. But in this
Yeah.
case, it was like, oh, I can just start throwing shit.
Nice. So one question though, like once you figured out that you could throw band members,
Yeah.
it felt like the experience couldn't really escalate past that until you threw your heart. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
I think throwing the heart kind of made me like recontextualize it, because before that I was like, oh, I'm just like, throwing, like having fun.
Yeah.
And then you throw the heart and you're like, whoa, is this a commentary?
Oh, it's deep.
Yeah.
This just got real. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
No, you were great.
Yeah, thank you so much for being that guest.
problem.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about this. A really bold choice of the beginning.
Yep.
Man, was that a tense beginning in some sense, because it was like watching, it was like, oh, this team is like doing something, which is a strong technique, which is prevent the world from moving forward until the guest has learned something.
Yep.
And you're like, okay, we want the guest to figure out that they can grab things from a distance, because when we talked to interim, that was one of your problems.
It was.
Like the idea of grabbing things, if you don't give us the right context and training, we won't really get that we can reach magically. So you're like, okay, we're gonna have a thing in the distance you have to get, and then you didn't stop there. You're like, also the guests need to release it, and it was a strong way to start the
incredibly brave. I'm not sure if she would have gotten the first step if we hadn't like stopped her from moving forward, but I think, but she got it, right? Do you know what I mean? Like she figured out both how to grab it and how to drop it. And that seemed to carry you well through the rest of the experience, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, obviously intentionally chosen. The fact that the title of the world is just floating there, and it's like, mic drop, and there's this, like, moment of, like, what do I do? And it's like, it's floating there, and it's not an explicit instruction.
And you're, like, okay for it to be as awkward as long as possible, right? Like, you really have to be like,
yeah,
she might just stand there for, like, 20 minutes, right? But that didn't happen, and it worked, right?
Well, and notably, like when designing these things, if you think about what the guest has to pay attention to in that moment, there isn't much, right? It's a black world with just the name of the world and a microphone. And so the other thing you did was you constrained the information and also gave the guest permission to like have time. There wasn't, you know, things exploding in the background.
There was nothing else to do.
So like it's just sort of a thing to recognize and thinking about, like how do you give the guest time and space and attention to learn the appropriate things? And it was a good, exciting way to begin it.
And in terms of the like overall interest curve, right? It's improved so much since interim, right? Like understood what you're supposed to do, did it. I do think there's still that lull, like after you throw gem before you throw your heart, right? Which is the only reason I called that part out, because the rest of the interest curve really works, right? Like you could see it building sort of moment to moment, but sort of when you throw the speakers on the other side of the stage, it feels like slightly less magical because you've already done it on the other side. Does that make sense, right? So I think that would be the only part of the interest curve that I think you might still tweak a little bit, but everything else was great. Like, I mean, honestly, when she said awesome, I was like so excited
Well,
when
and
she grabbed the
I will
guitar.
also say that so your world is fairly explicit in telling the guests what to do.
It is.
With some of these like audio cues, like
More
hey,
direct instruction
do
done
this
indirectly.
very specifically.
right?
And I would say as sort of an interest curve, the moment when we start tearing apart the stage on our own by ourselves, there's an escalation there as well.
Yeah.
So we go from being told to throw things to doing it on our own. And I think the fact that the objects don't really escalate themselves.
They're not a list. Is
That
what
the
you're saying.
agency escalates is an aspect of this.
I agree with Dave. Like, it is true. Like, the moment where you sort of take ownership and you're not just following instructions anymore, that is a powerful moment, right? And figuring out how to place that moment in your interest curve is, I think, the bigger challenge.
And it also does a good thing, like just thinking about like pacing and interest curves of like moving from the guest, you're holding the guest's hand at the beginning to teach them things, and then you release the hand, but you sort of stand next to them, you're like, okay, it's going. And then at the end, you're like, you're not there anymore, and they got to do it themselves. Like that heart moment kind of only works if the guest figures it out themselves. Like if the world is like, hey, throw me your heart, you kind of have gone back in the interest curve here. And so making it something that the guest is ready to discover is another strong thing.
I really was really happy you landed throwing the heart, right? I think that was also another pretty big risk, right? Because you have to be looking in the right place. And she was saying she wasn't getting the audio cue clearly, right? But it still happened. So I think you feel good about it.
Also, the heart landed sort of as a thematic idea as well. I mean, the fact that one of the reactions was, oh, this made me rethink the world and recontextualize it. I know your world is like on the edge of like, it's just sort of like a silly thing about being a rock star and throwing things. But at the same time, like it is a commentary on like fandom demanding things of you and like giving yourself over to that. And so like that's nice to have the world have.
Really low-key, serious game, right? So that was really good.
Yeah, I think a lot of good choices and iteration from interim.
Absolutely. Nice work, y'all.
Good work.
Okay. Next guest on our list is Josh. Come on down, Josh. You'll have to introduce yourself to those of us who haven't worked with you before. But yeah, come on down. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Sweet. Josh has never done this before for BVW. Have you done VR before, Josh?
No, not a whole lot.
Hey, great. Perfect. So can you tell the audience a little bit about yourself?
Sure, yeah. My name is Josh D'Elia. I work for Ideate up in the library. I'm one of the lending office managers there, and I also just do general like facilities work. And we lend VR headsets, but I have never used one. So what does that say? But I'm excited.
Yeah. Anthony earlier said he'd recharge them more often than he'd actually worn them, which sounds about right. Yeah. Get you set up. Here, I'm going to block your view of the screen in case it starts. No, it's okay. We're not that serious about it. That was more of a joke. But. And sometimes they have to like come over and recenter it and things like that for you, so we'll just walk you through it. Just trying to make you sure you feel supported because it's a weird thing that we do. Yeah. We'll try not to scare you away so you'll come back next year.
That one. Bigger fighter, yeah.
Oh no, we're going to put you in the dark too.
Okay.
Hey, you! You came here in this bulldozer to dig for gems. Our company's out of money. Well, this mine was sealed off for a reason. Nobody really knows what's down there, only that it's dangerous. Now go and get me those gems.
Okay, cool. Oh wow, there's my voice. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's how I like it. Yeah, that's good. Yes. Perfect.
Hey, you!
Yeah, I'm
came
good.
here
I
in
can
this
see you.
bulldozer to dig for gems. Our company's out of money. Well, this mine was sealed off for a reason. Nobody really knows what's down there, only that it's dangerous. Now go and get me those gems.
Wow, that's cool. Will do. Going. Okay, I see some gems. Got some gems. Thank you. Got some more gems. A lot of gems. This game is a gem. Oh my god, look at that. I want that. I got that.
Wait, we've detected something abnormal in the okay. Your personal safety is no longer our responsibility. Just get out of there, and don't forget to bring me the money.
Oh my god, oh my god. The Walking Dead. Oh no. Oh crap. I think they got me. Oh. They didn't get me. Oh yeah, look at that.
Done. You made it out. You've proven to be our company's most valuable asset. Now, bring me the gems.
Thank you.
Get the world off.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
What was the deal? Can you describe like who you were and what you were doing?
Well, I was, I think, a miner, and I had to get some gems, and little did I know that there were zombies in the mine, which was a shock. Initially, I think I thought I was gonna have like the controllers, so I was waiting for that, and I was like, wait a minute, no, I can just use my hands, which was so cool.
Nice.
I don't know how that works, but that's awesome. But I had to get the gems, and I could steer. I could turn I could go front and forwards and backwards, and I could turn side to side.
Yeah.
And I learned that pretty quickly. And I
Yeah.
think I was only doing one at a time initially, but then I realized I could do both.
Yeah.
So I was like combining them, and then I could use my little the thrust motion, the button, to collect the gems and to defeat the scary zombies.
How did you feel about the zombies? Were they actually scary? Do they feel?
You know what? The number of them really did add like a little bit of. I mean, they weren't like visually scary, but like it's a little bit of pressure when you see like a horde of them.
Yeah.
Which I really liked. I think that added a lot to the game.
Yeah. Were you worried that you were gonna lose ever?
Yeah, I thought if I got surrounded and if they
that kind of happened, right?
It,
There was
it did
that moment,
happen,
right?
And I shut down, and I didn't realize.
Yeah, I had. Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna ask you about the shutdown moment.
Well, yeah. So you had a shutdown moment.
Yes.
What happened there?
Like, do you know why you
Okay.
shut down and how you got it to work again?
No, I don't think I processed that. The zombies were too scary. No. I think I thought the function of that power button was just to start the whole game. So I think I forgot that I could use it in game. I like to start the level. Obviously, I use that to begin. So when I powered down, I kind of.
Yeah, I saw you put your hands up and be like, they got me.
I thought I was done. I thought I failed.
But that's okay, right?
Yeah.
Like that was a good moment, I think. And then I was like, you're not dead yet. And then you kept going, right?
Yeah. But I did think I got confused. I thought that was like almost like an out-of-game function, like to just initiate the level. And then I realized, just from voice commands or whatnot, that I could hit that to revive myself, reboot, which I'm glad I could do that.
Yeah.
And you shut down, I think, again. Like, the shutdown happened again. Did you have any sense of what caused the second shutdown?
I assumed it had to do with either the zombies just hitting my little buggy or maybe using the thrust too much.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't actually know.
So you didn't get a lot of direct feedback, but you sort of tried to figure out a logic for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I tried to figure out why that was happening, but I don't know exactly why that was happening.
Yeah.
I think, like, watching as an outside observer, there was a little thermometer indicator, if I'm right, and that if that got all the way to the top, it would cause an overheat.
What causes
that? Is it the? It was the thrusting. Okay.
Yeah. You can't just spam the thrust button.
Yeah.
I see.
And I did see the meter, but like I think I was so focused on. I mean, number one, being up here in front of people doing this.
No,
VR
it's
game.
totally fine.
You know, could the zombies do anything? Oh, wow. Okay.
All right.
That's okay.
I like them.
All right. Well, there were some predictions the team made about what
We
you
make
would
them
do.
guess what you're going to do.
Number
You haven't
one,
seen this part.
break into the mine. The guests will push forward with the bulldozer to break the wooden planks blocking the entrance.
You did.
And so you successfully smashed the boards.
I did.
You got in. Guests will drive toward and collect the first gem. You'll notice the sparkling gems.
You felt really good about the first couple
and be
too,
motivated to collect.
Yeah, I did.
Very satisfying.
Very satisfying.
Yeah.
And then we'll jump to the more in the future. You will restart the engine, so the bulldozer will overheat, and you will find and use the power button to restart, which you did.
Yeah, all of it.
You will encounter and kill zombies. You
like
will,
that.
Yeah, it says here, guests will instinctively drive backward or away from when the zombies first appear due to their threat.
You did it the second time. First time you were like,
I did it the
let's get
second
these
time.
zombies.
Yeah.
And then, remembering how they broke through the mine entrance earlier, the guests will apply that learned mechanic and push or kill the zombies.
I did that.
Fairly
Pretty
accurate
robust. Yeah.
All of them. Yeah, I did all of that.
And then final escape, guests will follow the gradually revealed tunnel guided by road signs and lighting cues while avoiding or pushing away remaining zombies until they reach the exit.
Did you know where you were going? I was wondering if you were just like continuing to mine or if you were trying to get out or what.
I had a feeling there was some kind of end point. I didn't know. There were a few like forks in the path, and I had to decide. But I was motivated by the gems a little bit. That was fun, collecting the gems. But I had a feeling there was some kind of end point.
Yeah.
And
Were
so
you?
I just kept going.
Were you? There was signage, right? Is that what you said? Did you notice there were signs?
I did not notice there were signs.
That's totally fine.
Yep.
I mean, it's good to have robust things. So, like, if they got lost, they might have been like, "Oh, okay, where am I supposed to go?" Right? But that didn't happen in this round. But yeah.
Anyway, thank you
Thanks
so much for being a nice guest.
Yeah, well, thank you. It
We
was
hope
fun.
you come back and do it again.
I will.
All right, let's talk about this. So a lot of really good iteration from Interim. I mean, one of the things that you did really well is you kind of gave this world more of an identity. Like just the look and feel feels consistent. I think you managed to get the zombies to sort of feel like part of the world.
Absolutely.
And you
the like funky, almost Michael Jackson Thriller music definitely helped, right? And sort of like feel it more integrated.
And you did some really nice, straightforward things of like getting the guests to know what to do. Like the beginning is like, hey, go get some gems. We need to get some money. It's reinforced because we got a control panel that is keeping track of how much money you're getting. You've got the gems looking like things that are enticing and attractive that you want to get. They stand out, but they also feel a part of the world. You've got some really good feedback, like this cash sound when we get things. I noticed that sound also, you can kill the zombies for money, apparently. The zombies are worth a little bit.
I didn't notice that. It kind of reinforces it, though. That's great.
And so like you're just like picking like these, that this world doesn't need to be a deep like world building idea of like where are these zombies coming from, like who are we, and it's mostly about, hey, we're about to go on a little adventure, we're gonna go get some gems, get some money, and then oh crap, there are zombies, we gotta get out of here. And I think that was a really good choice of like where you put your time and attention and made the world feel like a complete believable place.
And even though, again, it feels robust because even though Josh didn't figure out a couple of things out, like still able to have a really enjoyable time and make it through the whole experience, right? So I think that says a lot about your design.
Yeah, and there were some like really nice moments. I think the busting through the first boards is still like a strong way to begin it because it gets us, we have the time and attention to like think about the controls and accomplish something without sort of like being all the way in the world in terms of like all the goals and all the other things we have to think about. So good pacing of that. That the big gem was like a great moment.
He was like, I want that.
Yeah.
Right. So that was really good. I was also going to say, now my brain, of course, just fried. The one thing that didn't quite land right was the overheating part, right? And I think part of it is like your game has a kind of video game logic in the sense that you're like collecting gems and fighting monsters. Do you know what I mean, right? And so that's probably partially what him to be like, I guess I'm dead. Do you know what I mean, right? And so you might have to fight against that a little bit more in that moment so that they know that they can keep going. But I think other than that, I thought the whole arc worked pretty well. So
yeah, I like the fact that the zombies were dead miners. That was like they coming up and like had it, and just like it's and
at least like some bad gas came out of the ground or something. Yeah.
And I guess it goes to like the idea of world building. It doesn't need to be this like have this giant like 100-page Bible that tells all these details. It's just like knowing what is necessary in the moment to connect things together for the guest. And zombies are a little weird, but if they have like pickaxes and miner helmets, they're less weird for this world because this world is clearly about sort of being in the mines and like what is the threat in there. Like zombies aren't the first thing that comes to mind, but you fit them in a way that was believable. Yeah. I like the little touches. Like so, there was definitely the speaker animating. Yeah, it's like a great little touch.
Really great.
Like let us
draws
know
your attention to it. It lets know where the sound is coming from.
It was an exciting moment where like the speaker was talking to Josh, but he was also mining for gems, and so we had this like overlap of sound effects and speech, and it was a little bit like, oh crap, like is this audio really important? And it's just like it wasn't. I think the world had enough context of like because I think that audio was basically, hey, there are zombies, you got to get out of there. But the zombies themselves and like the threat itself was enough to motivate that. But it was a thing to just be thinking about in terms of audio design is how do you avoid collisions? Like how do you have the audio come out that's important to listen to, but also not have the guest be doing things that's causing other sound effects? And this is just really hard because you want to give the guest freedom to do what they want to do, and you want to like have that system in place, but then you also want to like stop things and be like, hey, it's time to like listen. I mean, like if you play video games, this is what cutscenes are. They're like, hey, let's stop all the action, take away all of your control, and put it into a place where now all you do is listen to things. But making cutscenes happen sort of in real time, laid over what you're doing, has this design challenge of like the guest's attention is over here, we need them over here, the audio, the visuals are all like in a mix, and it worked fine because you had multiple layers of feedback that the guests could use to get where they were going. But yeah, a lot of great choices. The world really came together, and obviously, I mean, especially like the end, the idea that the guest just sort of like finds their way out, I think was a lovely piece of design. It just kind of worked. Right. Which is a great thing
like,
to see.
You didn't see the moment where he like looks down the hallway and decides whether to go get that gem or not, but I think it still worked. Do you know what I mean, right? And like if those moments had happened, it just would have been different, right? And I think that would have worked too. So
yeah, cool. Great work.
Yep, nice job. Whoa. So I'm just making sure who's supposed to be here. So you're supposed to be next? And then Alex Henniker was going to be here, but then delayed. I haven't seen her either, so I just want to make sure that she wasn't here, that we're skipping her. But yeah, Ryan, you ready to go? Yes. Awesome, let's do it. I would keep your glasses on, honestly, because like sometimes it's just harder to see. Thanks, but yeah. It's counterintuitive, believe me, but yeah. They do make prescription lenses, right? But like, it's weird. It's weird, yeah. No, I mean, you can do whatever you want to. Like, you can try both ways if you want. I'm happy to put your glass on the table. Okay, cool. Mine's really strong, so I wouldn't be able to see. Especially in distance. Even in fake. You'll need this chair? Yes. Okay. Have a seat. You want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ryan Splenda. I'm one of several librarians that works out of the libraries. I specifically work with the business school, so this is completely new and different for me. It's nice to get the different environment.
How was your VR experience in the past?
Zero.
Nice.
I've never worn one, so sorry team, if someone's going to fail you, it's going to be me.
It's okay.
But it's good to be here.
We don't blame them too much for guest stuff. Just have your experience whenever you want. No pressure.
Pretty good. I only need them for far away. Really far.
Well, let us know if it's an issue.
No, go ahead, yeah. Feels snug to me.
Yeah, let her have it back. Just like, you put your hands down for a second. Are you seeing anything, or are you just in the dark room right now?
Me? I see. Okay, now I see. Yeah.
Can you look slightly down? There you go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, get up, aim down, aim down.
You can also use the Apple
You're good. Good. You think you're gonna be okay? You gotta move the controllers really far away if you want to do it. Can you hold your hand?
Okay. I see them. Okay. Oh. Stand up? Oh. All right.
The long-awaited return of the reality show that rocked the world. The Monster Cage! Where monsters risk it all to pitch their ideas for a successful business. Our hosts' only goal is to invest in successful businesses by giving them a business card at the end of their pitch. Do they have the business sense to make a profit, or will they lose it all? Let's find out. The first pitch will begin with the ringing of a bell.
Yeah, baby! Every monster knows the feeling of trying to grab a little delicious human, only for them to scamper away. That's why I made a gym where all of your hunkalicious dreams can come true. Leave that puny monster body behind. You too can become a beast like me. If you want to be a giant hulking monster too, it's time for you to invest in your future self. It's time to go beast mode, baby. Dude, are you serious? You're not going to invest in beast mode? That's like so messed up. I'm getting out of here, man.
Stay there.
Oh, hi. Can you see me okay? Yay! Okay. I'm Bon Bon. I want to show you what I've been working on. Sorry if you don't like it, but I hope you do. It's the human scream extractor. I just love when they scream, and I'm left wishing it never ended. So I made this. It records their screaming, so I can listen again and again and again and again. How are we gonna sell it? My friends said they would buy it. Please invest in my business, so I can make 1 kajillion scream extractors. Yay, screaming!
I don't know.
This was so fun! My dad told me I should just get a normal job, but I got a deal. I got a deal. I got a deal. The human scream extractor got a deal.
Business. Bitch. Brains. I want to eat brain. Give brain yummy. Business. Tomato. Business. Brain.
Duh.
Hey there, friend. Have I got the idea for you? I call it Weaver's Bakery. We make 100% organic baked goods, all made by monsters for monsters. My arms allow me to bake several sweet treats at once, so I produce at 500% speed. Like your humans fried, boiled, baked, frozen, we've got 'em. Please invest so that I can open up more locations and bake even more humans and bring them to monsters around the world.
Try something different here.
You two are an enjoyer of humans, aren't they? Just the tastiest.
Hey there, monsters. Hope you're all having a great night. I'm Bartholomew II.
Here we go.
And this is Rick, but he doesn't talk much. Don't let it get to you, I sure don't.
Whatever, man.
Don't be such a downer, bro. Our product is Monstrous Vacations.
I told you they wouldn't like it.
We'll be the premier place for a monster to find their next destination to kick back and relax.
I don't think they'd like it, man.
Shut up, Rick. Anyways, we already have interested customers, and if we get a deal, we can start tomorrow. What do you say?
We're back for more with a special episode of The Monster Cage. Let's check in with how some of the businesses previously on the show are doing today.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for buying my product. Because of my success, we've been able to release the Scream Extractor in 2 new colors. Flamingo pink and human flesh red. Yay! Also, I'm hard at work with my next product, the Human Soul Extractor.
Hello, everyone. I hope you've all been enjoying Weaver's Bakery. We've gained so much support since I was on the show. I'm proud to say that our customers are eating thousands of humans a day. How exciting.
There you have it, folks. Another intense day in The Monster Cage.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I would love to voice act.
Awesome. So, who were you and what were you doing?
I was apparently one of the Shark Tank people, and I was trying not to be too much of a shark in judging the business credentials of various.
I mean, you
monster
only
businesses.
tomatoed one person.
What's that?
You only tomatoed one person.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out what those were for, and then once I figured monsters, okay, I can throw stuff at them probably if I don't like it. And I guess the rose was if I did like it, which I didn't use, so I wanted to toss one of those in at some
Nice,
point,
yeah.
So.
So, go ahead.
Quick question. Have you watched Shark Tank?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
You hit your audience. Got lucky.
So the team has some predictions on what you would do.
Okay.
Number one, the guests will give out at least one business card because they are aware that their objective is to make business deals.
Yeah.
And they feel the desire to accomplish their objective.
Yeah. Were you intentionally choosing businesses that
I
involve
wanted to.
torturing humans?
Once I was getting into it a little bit more, I started to pay more attention to the actual pitch, and if I would have.
Yeah. If you would have.
If I bought not just the pitch, but do I even like what this is too?
Yeah.
But I should have given cards to some earlier ones that I would have.
I mean, to be fair, you went with Scream Extractor and Eating Humans. So.
I'm a big horror movie fan, so I probably
Yeah,
would have
yeah.
thrown business cards to all of them.
Well, and watching it, there was a really good moment where it seemed like you learned how business cards worked. Because the first time they showed up, you were like, hey, what are these things?
And then you dropped one and it fell through the table, and then you're trying to put it back.
Yeah. That was goofy, I know. I
No, it
didn't
was
know if I
great.
could pick up more than one at one time. That's what I was trying to figure out. So once I figured, it seemed like I could only do one at a time. So once I figured that out, I was like, okay.
But it seemed like that, I think it was the little monster.
Yes.
When you were like, I want to use these business cards, you're like, I'm just going to try throwing it.
Yeah, the pitch, I didn't care about the pitch. I was just like, I think I'm supposed to do this, so let me do it.
And then I think
you were figuring out the interface.
It seemed like a strong moment of feedback. It was like, yes, you threw me a business card. Like, this worked.
Yes.
And watching it, looking at it, from that moment on, you like knew how the business cards worked.
Yes. Yes. It became clear at that point.
Prediction 2. The guests will use the trapdoor on Garf, the zombie.
You did.
Because he's speaking too slowly and not making any sense during his pitch.
Yeah, and that's essentially what my entire thought process was. When I put my business cap on, I'm like, you guys are not prepared. Bye. Wasting my time. Bye.
Yeah.
All right. And the last one, the guests will throw something at the ending screen or the announcer because there are limited possible interactions during the ending sequence and they'll feel the desire to interact.
That never dawned on my mind, even though I did feel at a certain point, I was like, all right, I should be doing something here, and I'm just getting, I should have just gone for it.
Did you see that in playtesting?
Yeah.
No, it's good to see predictions that come from, the guests will do this, even though it's not necessarily what they're supposed to do, but man, there's a pattern in playtesting.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
And it sounds like you thought about it. You just didn't.
Yeah, I mean, like, I thought about doing something in that moment, but I didn't think about throwing anything for some weird reason. I wanted to hear the stories.
Yeah.
I didn't want to throw during that time, because I wanted to hear what maybe the update was, but I did find the host a little much, so I probably could have thrown something at
Did
him.
you feel a sense of satisfaction after having sponsored these monster businesses and seeing them be successful?
Sure.
Not a strong one.
Yeah, I think if I would have caught on more quickly and paid more attention to the actual pitch and given the cards to the ones that I would have really wanted to give it to, then yeah, I'd have been a little more invested. I also caught myself reading the text way too much instead of paying attention to the monsters.
That's okay. Great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Ryan.
thank you.
Hope you'll come do it again sometime. Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about this. So one, still a really bold idea, like getting the guest into the space where they're an investor and like making those kind of decisions is a challenging design to go for. And I think a lot of the iteration has made it work really well. Your world, man, there's a lot of stuff to listen to. And so your world is kind of like an exercise in the guest's attention, like getting them to listen and think and pace out what's going on. And one thing I noticed that you did is the business cards don't appear until the monster is done with their pitch.
That's really helpful.
And so you're doing some nice little things where you're limiting what the guests can do so that they have to pay attention.
Yeah.
And
thanks, y'all.
And so like watching it, it seemed to be very effective. That you've got like sort of like as the guest is learning and sort of feeling out how this works, like those signals. I think they stop being sort of like a limitation. It's more a reinforcement of what are you supposed to do now. And it's a thing is like you're designing for guests. It's sometimes less about preventing the guest from doing something and more about signaling to the guest like what they're supposed to be doing. And the fact that the business cards come out at the end is a strong signal. It's like, hey, now is the time to think about the business cards.
There's also like, it's a little bit brave because there's like literally, I think there's 5 things that the guest can do. And there's the temptation of the guest to feel, I think, a little bit overwhelmed by being like, especially when it's like, when they just have no business cards and they have the stop button and they have the bell. They've already hit the bell to have the guests come in. And so it's like, my options are stop. Does the stop work while they're pitching? Or you have to wait? Oh. Okay, so you're on the risk of somebody like me again, basically. But that's fine.
And I think he stopped the zombie before the business cards.
Did he? Oh, he might have. But he threw the tomato first, right? So there's like a double hit. And so part of it is like, I think, I don't know what it's like in playtesting, right? But people making sense of that whole interface while they're listening to the pitch, I think is, I would just say a challenge for the guests, but like managed to figure it out, right? Some of it was through experimenting, right? Which means that they're not, like he was saying, he wasn't making as strong intentional choices about the early pitches, right? Just kind of figuring out the interface. But I thought, it felt like by the end, though, he was making more conscious choices, right? So again, one of those things where like, sure, it would have been great to happen earlier, but you built in enough playtime where people can just kind of like mess around and figure it out, right? So I thought it was really robust in that sense, right? Like it didn't, and the really interesting thing is like, unlike some other worlds, and I'm not saying good or bad about it, like it doesn't really matter what the guest does, is that right? Like they're sort of like expressing their own thoughts about what it's like to be a monster judge while they're doing it, right? Can they reject everybody? Yeah, so you kind of leave that open, which is brave, right? Because it means that the interest curve is more in the hands of the guests, even though there is some interest curve built into the prompts of like the order in which people come and stuff like that.
And it's interesting listening to Ryan sort of like talk about his reflection on this, and that once he learned how the system worked, he sort of felt like he missed out when he didn't know about it. And it's an interesting thing to think about pacing and bringing the guest in is the sense of guests sort of know that they're kind of confused and working through things. And so the world matching that confusion is one of the design challenges so that the guest feels like they're not failing as they're learning. And it'll probably be like a place to tweak is it definitely took a few moments to figure out the business cards. And in the learning, there's sort of like a lost opportunity. Literally, like the story of the world is like a lost opportunity. And it was sort of like, how do you allow the guests to explore the interface and learn while also like giving them the confidence that they're kind of like on the right pace for as this goes.
Yeah, the one thing that I was feeling a little bit, this is just like minor criticism, but I feel like it's important to say, is like the vibe of the world is a little bit confusing because it's like, you're gonna be in the exciting world of Monster Cage. And then it like feels a little bit slow and the music is kind of like, do, 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 do. You know what I mean, right? So there's this like contrast, and I like it when it comes across as like monsters being like, I wanna extract your souls. And music's like, do, 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 do. You know what I mean? But in the in-between moments where it's like, I worry the guest, like the energy level goes down a little bit. Does that make sense? Where the guest is not like, oh, I'm excited to see what the next monster is, right? And so like the announcer helps a little bit, right, in terms of like trying to keep the vibe up. So I don't know if it's worth it to like bring the announcer back for like 1.5 seconds or something in between the candidates. I don't know. I think you just need to think about how do you keep the excitement level high, like through these, to be fair, like relatively long pitches, right, where you're speaking slowly to try to be clear and make sure the guest understands it, but you also don't want it to feel like, do you know what I mean? Like the energy level is dropping too much.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a credit to the work that, like, you have so much content in this, right? You have these different monsters, you have to write these pitches, you have to record all the dialogue, make it feel different, which was just an ambitious thing to opt into for your design, like getting us to go. And I kind of agree, like the next challenge is kind of like how to get the guest in with confidence so they are the character who's like ready to like judge. And I think there's a question of like, what is the escalation, like what is like what is a pitch that's above and beyond and like a next level in this? But
You kind of hit the next level with the zombie and sort of next level bad pitch. You don't quite have do you have a next level good pitch? Do you feel like the last one's really good? Okay, interesting. Okay.
But it's kind of like a fascinating storytelling interest curve design question of what is like the interest curve of these monster pitches? What is like that escalation? And like think about that once the guest is in that space, what do they want? And like notably, you had strong moments of like the tomato hitting. Like I think basically all the things are just like hit really well, strong moments. So it's like now that iteration of pulling it together to be that stronger interest curve. I guess notably, I'm not saying the interest curve isn't very good. I'm just saying like if we're on the iteration, like that might be where I'd look for this.
Yeah, I think the other thing to say too is there used to be 5 assignments in BVW, and one of them was a narrative game, and we cut it because narrative games are really hard, and we don't have time in BVW to teach narrative. It used to be like we would cooperate with Visual Story and do it together. So I would just say like doing a narrative game for BVW round is really brave, right? And you leaned into it, and that was really great. Yeah. So nice work.
Great work.
And we're on lunch break. 20 minutes.
Hooray.
Woo. Thank you, everybody. Great job, second group. It's good that we're done. There's no more guests except Hannah.
Okay, welcome everyone to the afternoon session. I'm gonna let Dave and Jonathan do the better introduction, but I'm just gonna quickly take attendance if that's okay. Okay, Team 26, can you raise your hands? All here, perfect. Team 27, raise your hands. Okay. Team 28, raise your hands. Are you all here? Okay. Team 29, raise your hands. All there, perfect. And Team 30, raise your hands. All here, perfect. Was it?
Yeah, 27, 28, both are missing.
All right, so Team 26 is up first. All right, Jonathan's getting a guest, but we can, if you want to like chill, or if you want to get the tech going and confirm it's all set. You have, all right, we're good. We got confidence. All right, I like that confidence. So for the afternoon, just mentioning all the teams. We'll be having guests. Part of your job is to make sure the guests are comfortable. That's both at the beginning, getting them in. Definitely one of the challenges is like making sure that they're aligned properly. We're totally cool with you making sure the world has started properly. If you need to restart it, like do what you need to do to make sure the world is getting off to the right start in terms of which way the guest is facing, like audio. So keep checking in with the TAs. Like I said, if we need to restart, if you need to like be the guest's third arm for things, that's cool. Also, at the end of the world, your job is also to help the guest get back out. It's a little distressing to be in a VR headset and be like, I think it's done, and not know what to do with the controllers of the headset. So please help the guest get back out and be ready for what's next. I will be getting the predictions over here. We'll talk through those with the guest. And we'll talk through the world, all those little details. You're also taking notes for the feedback assignment. Part of what we are talking through still with this assignment is the idea of festival and how these might fit in. So this is, in some sense, your last big play test. It's worth taking notes on what the guest is doing and like how you see that as part of this, but also what we talk about on iteration. Round 2 worlds have often a good fit for festival because festival is all about truly naive guests coming to the building. So these worlds often work pretty well. So yeah, with that, we're gonna get a guest momentarily. Please bear with us. I think we had possibly a cancellation. So, any questions? Yeah. Well, so one guest, so we're trying to schedule so each guest does one world, but we have had guests do 2 worlds, but for the most part, it's one guest per world as we go. Right. No, it's definitely a challenge of VR. Like VR, like all the headsets are designed around you yourself know what you're doing. I guess like especially like the Quest 3 and like you look at like the Vision Pro, like all headsets are not designed around, hey, random person come into this headset. And so the whole like navigating the interface, like they have tutorials that are designed to bring people into that. What we're doing is weird. Like legitimately, like Meta does not ask of this for their customers. Like, but at the same time, it still works. We are aware of some of the artificial nature of putting guests into a headset and being like, good luck. But I would say today it's been going really well. The guests have been lovely. The worlds have been fantastic. Even when we had hiccups, like where the worlds were not going in the direction the team wanted, it was still really good to see all the different ways the teams had built-in failure, things like that. We're waiting for a guest. All right.
Barely. I mentioned during the welcome. Do you want to reintroduce yourself for 2 seconds before we put you in a headset?
Sure. I'm a faculty member here. I can very easily be naive, so I'm going to be naive and kind of stumble around and see what happens.
Mike's a great guest, so I'm excited. Yeah. Mike's been at the DC a long time, formerly at HCI, right? Before we stole him. And yeah. NCS, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Were you at CS and HCI or just CS? Am I wrong?
You are here to save the day.
Okay.
From this ancient tower,
You just do everything.
you alone must guide the weather to protect the items before all falls into ruin. Hey, mighty wizard, you are here to save the day. From this ancient tower, you alone must guide the weather to protect the items before all falls into ruin. Hey, mighty wizard, you are here to save the day. From this ancient tower, you alone must guide the weather to protect the items before all falls into ruin.
Here, there.
The gift of rain is filled.
Okay. I feel powerful.
The items from the pious room. You items now depend on your judgment. The gift of rain is filled. Now, will it to shield the items from the pious room. You items now depend on your judgment.
Rain.
Rain is filled. Now, will it to shield the items from the pious room. You items now depend on your judgment. The gift of rain is filled. Now, will it to shield the items from the pious room. You items now depend on your judgment.
And
the gift of rain is filled.
shield.
Now, will it to shield the items from the pious room. You items now depend on your judgment.
Oh,
The gift of rain is
power.
Now,
Maybe.
will it to shield the items from the pious room. You items now depend on your judgment. The gift of rain is filled. Now, will it to shield the items from the pious room. You items now depend on your judgment. The gift of
You doing
rain
okay, Mike?
is filled.
Yeah, I think this controls the sky. This.
You items now depend on your judgment. The gift of rain is filled. Now, will it to shield the items
You
from
got
the
it.
pious room.
I don't. Okay, sideways into it. That took a while to learn, but all right. Maybe I'm powerful now. I see this. All right.
Help, village needs help.
Okay, I learned.
Yay.
I see both.
Help, village. Help, village. Your power grows, River. The second step is now yours. Thus, you may wheel only
Hey.
one at a time. Your items depend. Your power grows, River. The second step is now yours. Thus, you may wheel only one at a time. Your items depend.
Dead. Oh. you. Ah. No, that was right. Oh. Ooh. Too much death over there.
Too much power is going to your head.
Yes. Oh no. Oh. Oh, I don't even see you.
You have mastered rain and sun. But are you truly ready to defend these islands?
Probably not ready. Ah. Where's the other one? I guess. Stop it! All right. 3 out of 4 isn't so bad.
Is that it or is there more? That's it. Okay, come help him out.
You passed the trial. You will be remembered.
Remembered is causing some death, but neat. So after I learned that I needed 2 hands to target and throw, the throwing motion is what took me the longest to learn, to kind of fall into. The targeting, I could see pretty easily with the ray going down, but knowing that this is the way I was supposed to use the wand, it's because the shadow telling me what to do was just there, static.
Yeah.
I think if it would have animated, it would have like super clued me into, oh, do that. Yeah. So I didn't puppet what it was doing, and I wasn't sure what I should be doing, but maybe that was meant, maybe you wanted to give me that awareness, that discovery, that reward of discovery. So I get it, you wanted me to discover. And once I did feel it, I felt more powerful. So I felt more like, this is neat. I really liked the placement. I liked looking down on these worlds. It gave me that feeling of, I get to control this in a godlike manner. And,
For good and evil.
yeah. So it was fun. And it wasn't so fun when I got the death sign. It's like, oh, I kind of botched that one, but it was neat and powerful.
Should we talk about the predictions?
Please, let's do it.
All right, number 1, guess will look around and grab the rain staff.
You did.
Yes.
Rain staff was there. Number 2, guess will notice the gray hand animation and follow it to learn how to cast a spell.
I noticed it was there. It wasn't animating enough for me. So if it was moving, it was moving subtly.
You definitely noticed the symbol and the icon.
Yeah.
But
It did vaguely help you figure it out, but not all the way, it feels like.
Yeah.
Number 3, guess will successfully cast the rain spell and see its effect on the islands. You did.
I did, and then once I did, I knew how to do that. Yep.
And then after casting, the guest will try using the spell in different areas to experiment.
Yep.
And then number 5, the guest will identify and solve all the fire crises in level 1.
Yeah.
And then level 2, the guest will grab the sun staff and notice the 4 islands.
Yeah.
So
the 4th island took the longest to notice because it's behind my back.
Yeah.
So I found it eventually.
The guest will solve most fire and water crises in level 2 and realize that leaving them unresolved has consequences.
Yes, I saw this. I saw the skull and crossbones. Yep.
And also, I think it was a good moment where you're like, oh, wow, that island is full of water.
Yes, yes.
Maybe it shouldn't let it fill up.
Yeah, and that was behind me. Yeah.
The guest will feel excited when the red owl appears and the staffs merge.
Yes. Yeah, so that was neat. And I felt I had to kill that owl with repeated strikes.
The guest will react quickly when seeing an island being destroyed, trying to stop the red owl with spells.
Yep.
And then the guest will understand how to use the lightning staff and successfully defeat the owl.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it seemed like the stickiest point was just learning how to use the staff and the hand at the same time. I'm kind of curious, how do you use the staff to cast a spell? What is the actual...
You had to throw it, and it's going to be thrown to the target that you're establishing with the left hand. So the left hand is the ray coming down, and the throwing. But I wasn't throwing. I wasn't doing this gesture.
Yeah.
And I
You were
was
just like shaking it.
Well, I was shaking because I wasn't sure. I didn't know if the gesture was this or what the gesture was. So once I learned it was this, then it was all good.
Amazing example of naiveness.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
I did my job.
Yeah, you did.
Anyway,
You did.
thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, let's chat about this world a little bit. A lot of this was sort of in place at Interim in terms of like the basic structure. Actually, a notable thing at the beginning, your world was able to like let the guests pace themselves at the beginning. There's a little bit of like, wow, that audio is looping a lot. I think everyone in the audience was like aware of what the owl wanted us to do, but it was good that there was like this opening moment where the instruction, the guidance was there waiting for the guest. And so I think it was a really good design to have that space and have the world not just start moving without the guests being ready. Because it was like really clear that learning how to use the staff was the key that unlocked everything else. And so like having the world wait was really good. It was definitely like there was a kind of a subtle way for the guests to figure it out. Like it took a decent amount of moving around. And notably what seemed like one of the stumbling blocks was the staff was very visible. So you really could, let's grab this. But the left hand, I don't think Mike had it up much. And so there's a lot of visual feedback on the hand, but you don't see that unless you have the hand in the air.
Yeah.
And so
It almost makes me wonder if you want, so one way just to do it would be to have a magic glove. Do you know what I mean? Like literally, like you grab the staff and then you put your hand in the like gauntlet of power or whatever, right? And that would at least know that they've got both hands going.
Yeah,
Anyway, just a thought.
This is one of the challenges often a way to help control the guests is like turn one of their hands into a tool, which is great because they can never drop it and let go of it, but it breaks if they never look at their hand. And so designing a moment where the guest has to like use their hand and see it, sometimes you do that not because you want them to like push a button, but just because you want them to see their hand. And so like thinking about how to bring it into view, this world actually brings to mind a world several years ago. It might have been Mike.
Really?
But it was a world about you're in a balloon and you have your hand is one giant needle and you have to pop balloons, and the guests never looked at their arm, never saw that they had like a giant pointy thing in their hand until like kind of like far into the world, like, oh, this. And it's just like a design thing of like, how do you get the guests to see things that are important? Because from the guest perspective, like they don't know that their hand's important. They don't know what's actually meaningful in the world. And it's not a common thing to explore interfaces by looking at your hand, because we all know what our hand is, and it's not actually an important part of discovery. But it worked. Mike got there, and then he had confidence in using it, and then all the little bits of feedback were really strong. Like he picked up on all the cues. The little death things were like
Yeah,
a
and
great way to.
he missed the island that was behind him, which is, again, the hardest thing in VR is to get people to look behind them. But he found it eventually, right? And that stuff was really good. So it also felt like you could see the moments. Like he picks up the staff and he goes, "I feel powerful." And then instantly he lost feeling powerful because he couldn't figure out how to get the staff to work, right? But then when he got it again, he's like, maybe now I feel powerful, right? Like he was good at articulating his like emotions through those moments, right? I didn't really see the lightning staff moment. Did he land that? He wasn't looking in the right place.
Well,
yeah,
and
that's really
notably,
hard.
Like there's things that sometimes the guest sees, and the question is how essential is it? And it was nice that like it wasn't essential that he get the merging.
I felt like he was killing the owl with the rain staff, and he was like, "This is blue and the owl is red," so I'm like contrast.
Yeah.
Like that's the vibe I got. So I wasn't sure just watching it. Does that make sense? I don't know how Mike left, so we can't ask him. But
I would say from an interest curve and pacing perspective, really good choices of, so you have the guest at the beginning, like wait until they learn how the staff works, then they use it, and then once they've done that, then the second staff comes out. And so now the guest is ready to think about how to switch between staffs. And then once we've
I
done
also
that,
love that Mike just tried setting stuff on fire for a little bit, right? I think that's going to be hard to steer away from, and I think letting it happen is totally fine, right?
and then the owl was a nice moment. Like there was sort of a, how do you escalate? It wasn't a complicated boss.
Yeah.
Right?
Is it the same owl? It's like, you thought I was a good owl, but I'm a bad owl. Yeah, okay, got it.
And it was just a good example of, like, the guest is ready to have been trained to do this. Like, you've got basically a hammer and a nail, right? I've got a staff that can do something, and there's clearly something that needs to have something done to it, and I'll just do it. And, like, Mike was there for it.
Like, the boss fight is a little spammy in the sense that, like, there's not a lot of variation in just, like, doing this a lot. But I do think we talked about this in an earlier world with the wing flapping. Like, sometimes physical motion actually makes you feel like you accomplish more, right? Does that make sense? Because you're, like, doing this, and you're doing this, and you're really tired, and you're like, I killed the owl boss. You know what I mean, right? And so, like, sometimes the repetition is not as big of a problem as you might think, right? Yeah. So I think that's something just to keep an eye on.
Well, and it was a good, I mean, like, it was a good ending to the world. Like, the world is just a good pacing for the guest's comfort and understanding. And that boss was the right boss for the guest in that moment.
Yeah. No, it definitely, you needed a final ending moment, and I think you got it, which was good.
So anyway,
yeah.
Great work.
Nice work, team. Come on down. I don't think anybody else is here yet, so we might have to force you to go. Is that okay? Okay. You can leave your stuff here. Yeah. Come on down. Are you okay, like, introducing yourself a little bit? Yeah. Great. Okay. We have another new person to BVW, a very brave member of our staff. You want to explain? Yeah. Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Erin Higgins. I'm a postdoc in evidence synthesis at the libraries.
Yeah. What do you study?
My PhD was in HCI. I'm studying how people do research, kind of evidence synthesis. Yeah.
Do you have VR experience?
A little bit.
Only a little bit. So you're not as naive as you could be.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a headset.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, cool. Let's give an applause for Erin, being brave, coming down. Yes. They're allowed to tell you anything about except what's in the experience. Got it. So they can help you in and out of stuff. They can help you with sizing. They can help you with other things. Right now, they're just going to get it set up for you. And if you feel weird or if you have any concerns, just let us know. We're very supportive. And I'll spot you if you want to, like, walk a little bit. The worlds are relatively small, so you shouldn't feel like you have to walk around a lot. Okay. But I will make sure you don't run into anything if you decide to move.
Friend that tried one at a beer fest.
Oh no.
She walked directly into the screen.
Yeah. We had a dangerous moment earlier. One team put a microphone over here, and the guest isn't supposed to grab it. So it was very brave of them.
Recently, a ghost has been slipping into people's homes and causing trouble. No one knows what its true intention is yet. Citizens are advised to stay cautious. If you notice anything strange or unusual among the objects in your home, do not ignore it. Again, if you notice anything strange or unusual objects in your home,
Yeah. Yeah, could I hear it again? Okay. Okay. Good.
recently, a ghost has been slipping into people's homes and causing trouble. No one knows what its true intention is yet. Citizens are advised to stay cautious.
I think it's okay.
If you notice anything strange or unusual among the objects in your home, do not ignore it. Again, if you notice anything strange or unusual objects in your home,
And this is a not scary one? Okay. Okay. Can I open this door? Okay. Okay. Thanks. It was a little scary. Hmm. I feel, oh, there we go. Yeah. Thank you. I do feel a little. Oh, if I can do this. I don't know how I would interact. Okay. Oh! Yeah. Okay. Oh, it feels really real to pick up that knife. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
On 5.
Yeah, crazy amount of water. Cute. Oh, very cute. Aw. Very cute. Might take this off. Okay.
Sorry, that was slightly spookier. I advertised.
Oh, no.
You did a great job.
Thanks.
So is it okay if we ask you a few questions?
Yeah, but
So we make the students guess what they think you're going to do. Do you want to hear the prediction?
Yeah, so the team has written predictions of what will happen.
Yeah.
Number 1, the player will follow the humming sound from the ghost and pay attention to the radio. Thinking back to the beginning.
Did you follow the sound or was it the visual effect?
I think I was using visuals a little bit more.
Yeah.
I was just kind of looking around the space.
Yeah, but it's good too.
You got to the radio at the beginning.
You did, yeah.
Number 2, the guest will try to grab the toy duck in the toilet before realizing the true action is to flush the toilet.
I definitely did that.
That was, I think, a
many
very
times.
strong description of
Yeah.
how you went through this.
Yeah.
You even checked both sides for the handle.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was great.
The guests will continue to punch the mirror when they see and hear the first crack until they break the mirror.
Yes.
I think
you were more like
more of a poker,
though, right?
Yeah.
You were like,
I guess I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't want
to break it.
Maybe I felt like the sink was like in my way. Not that it was.
Oh, I
but
see. That you were
was,
like reaching over it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
The guests will see purple smoke rising from the pile of vegetables and start searching for to find the one that's haunted.
Yes.
You did.
The guests will try to use the knife to cut the vegetables.
You totally nailed that one.
And the guests will touch the button on the stove to see which one will burn.
Yes, I think
You
I
eventually
touched
found the
every
right
button.
one.
Yeah.
I think there's one you didn't do, so you got on the 4th try.
And the guests will try watering different flowers.
I did not do that. No.
But it did need a lot of water, so I can see why you might like start watering it and then be like,
Yes.
nothing's happening. I'm going to water these other plants.
Yeah.
So,
But it was growing a little bit.
It was a
I
little bit.
noticed,
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
kept with it.
That was good.
Yeah.
You did an amazing job.
Thanks.
How? So the hallway was a little bit scary.
It was scary.
In contrast to like the rest of the stuff. Did you find the ghost scary?
No.
Okay.
The ghost was cute.
The ghost
I thought
was
it was
cute.
very cute.
Were you happy that it wanted to make friends with you at the end?
Yes, very cute. That's like a cute, fun ending. Casper the Friendly Ghost.
How was navigating your house, or I guess somebody else's house, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, it felt really comfortable. I feel like it felt really like obvious how I was supposed to interact with things, and it worked kind of how I thought it would.
Yeah, that was really impressive, I thought. Like
Yeah.
when you like turned on the water tap, it worked, right? Even though it wasn't necessary. And when you like opened the cabinets, they rewarded you by all these ducks falling out, which was silly, but it was still like, wow, you felt like you did something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everything worked exactly how I thought it was going to. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was really good to watch. I mean, it was a good example of like you moving through the space, and I actually like the balance of the world. Like you're trying to sort of like follow and catch this ghost. There's like a little bit of uncertainty of like, can you catch the ghost? But you're also learning and discovering what the world does in the first place as you go.
Yeah.
And it seemed to go pretty well for the way you played through it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Thank you
so much for being our guest.
Great.
You should come back and do it again sometime. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about this. So you had some of the elements. I think we had up to sort of like the mirror at interim. Is that about right? I'm trying to remember like.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that you did really
Thanks,
well.
Aaron. Bye.
You have a strategy in this world is a kind of a bold strategy, which is you want to make the guest interact with things kind of in a different way each time.
That's really hard.
Every
You don't really have
interaction-
standard mechanics that you're building
so
on,
it's-
right?
instead
Like
of
each
like-
interaction is separate.
Like the guest learns about the sort of like the purple, the sort of magenta ghost, and that's like a signal, but each one is still a little bit of a puzzle. And that's tricky because it means you have to do a lot of different things. But man, like all those different things worked. And I think the variety and just like the progression of this is a testament to the work you put in to make this work. It went surprisingly smoothly.
I think so. Like you saw, Aaron was a little bit cautious, she doesn't know us, right? We're putting her in this thing. Like she was a little bit weirded out by the spooky hallways, which probably were spookier maybe than you meant them to be, or maybe she just felt it because she was worried about it being a scary game, right? But man, you let her through the whole thing, right? And it seemed like she had a great time. Like she wasn't like, I loved it, but like as a cautious person, I feel like the feedback that you got was like she really liked it, right?
Well, and watching, so like as a play test, like watching her, like you can sort of see her thinking through the toilet, right? Like the duck sort of like hops in. It's like, okay, what next? Like, do I take it out? And I think it's like part of like the challenge of the design here is to give the guest space to figure things out, but then have that satisfaction they did it themselves.
I think the moment when she was in the bathroom, and you could tell in the beginning she wasn't sure what to do next, right? Because the ghost sign isn't as obvious as it is in the first room, right? But the fact that she could explore around and turn on the taps and like see if you could put the toilet seat down, like all that stuff that she did. And some of it didn't work, right? I'll just be honest, like the toilet seat didn't go down, right? But like, and that's fine, right? But I think the fact that she got good feedback on most of the things that she was doing made it a really strong experience.
Yeah, and when we sort of talked to Interim, one of the questions was interest curve and sort of how do you end it was kind of a question. And I thought, the variety of the ways that you had the guests interact, just sort of like move the guests forward.
It was really strong.
Made each one a little bit of like the puzzle moment. And then truthfully, like the flower moment at the end.
I wasn't sure she was going to get it, right? Because like the flower interaction is a little bit subtle, and you have to water that flower so long to get it to do anything. And again, like that's okay, right? Like, but she got it. You know what I mean? Like I didn't even have to prompt her. Like once it was obvious what was happening, I was like, that flower needs a lot of water. But we let her kind of figure it out, and that was great.
And so like I think a lovely little like way to end it, like the ghost goes into like the TV and like basically like gives us the last message, but a really sort of like gentle world in the sense that there's not a lot of like high moments of like tension, like I gotta do this fast, but like the pacing felt really lovely.
I felt like there was still really good escalation, right? Because the room you just learn the mechanics, right? Like you unplug the radio, open the drawer, and it just teaches you that most things work the way you think they will, right? And then you go into the bathroom, and it's a little bit more complicated. It's a little bit weirder, like especially all the rubber ducks, like kind of signal that this is like, it's not how real life is. Like people don't keep bunches of rubber ducks under their sink, right? But then the kitchen where you have to basically kind of attack the ghost in like a more direct way feels really different, right? Like when you have to like cut the fruit and you have to like boil them out of the pot, but it's not, you already know that the ghost isn't hurt by what you do because of the mirror breaking and because of flushing and all these other things, right? So I don't think you worry about whether you're gonna hurt the ghost. I don't know if that came up in playtesting. Is anybody like, I don't wanna hurt the ghost? No, because that means good, right? Because like theoretically you're chopping the ghost up with a knife, right? But if everybody feels okay about it, then it means you've led them on the right path of how to feel about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think it's a credit to like getting a world to work well is a challenge. Like toilets don't just flush themselves. You have to like
not in video games
and make all that work. And so I think just like seeing all the ways you made the world function in the ways it sort of needed to. And I think actually the testament to the comment at the end is like, oh, I just did the things that you're supposed to do, and they worked.
That's worth gold, right? Like you spend hours and hours and hours and hours trying to get that feeling, right? Where like most of the things you do just happen, right? So you should feel good about it.
Yeah, great work. Went really well.
Nice job. Nice. Another one of our lovely colleagues from main campus. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you do, please?
Yeah, hi everybody. I am the communications person for the ETC, so this is exactly what I said earlier, but if you ever see me walking around taking photos of you, it's because it's my job, not because I'm a freak.
Anything else you want to say?
Oh, that's it.
She works on there's a bigger communication team that she's a part of. Yeah. So that way you can post them on the website. Yeah, it's okay. You did this last year? Was that your first time? Yeah. Okay, nice. So she is not as naive, and she also did Another World earlier today. It's okay. We're just spoiling you. Oh, really? Did you? Now I'm like, which world is this? Am I supposed to warn you? You're not afraid. It's okay. We terrify Zach every year, so that's been the thing. No, you should be okay. This is 28, right? Yeah, okay. There's no warnings I wrote down, but you never know. Like I was like, Zach, it's not going to be as scary this year, and then it was. They made it scarier between interim and finals. So last year was pretty bad. I'm surprised he keeps coming back. So yeah, don't spoil yourself too much. Don't look. No, you're good. Go ahead. You've never been camping? Really? Okay. No, okay. You guys got a hard guess then. Can you help her get the headset on and stuff like that? Thanks.
And no hands for this, huh? Oh yeah.
Can you put your hands down so we can recenter you?
Yes. Yeah.
No worries. When we have to pretend to be your hands is the most awkward part of setup. Yeah.
I think it needs to be a little.
Yeah. Let us know if we can make you more comfortable.
Yeah. I have a small head.
Yeah. When you're feeling like you're
Yeah, that's perfect.
in a diving suit and also we put you in a weird world, it's harder.
Yes.
Sometimes there's like one tracker sitting on a desk somewhere that it's still recognizing. There's a lot of weird tech things that can happen. Can you see him?
All right.
Yay, okay. Is she all good to start? Okay, it's all on you, Hannah.
All right. No? Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
Or is it on the ground?
It's probably still edible.
Oh no. Oh. Okay, if I look away and then. Oh no, it's still. Okay.
You're good.
Is it?
No?
Can I pick anything else? Oh, there we go.
You got it. I got a sword stuck in a table one time.
Oh. Oh no.
So we just trained them to expect horror at all times, even if that's not what's happening.
Okay. I'm supposed to stay seated the whole time, right?
I think that's fair.
Okay.
But
Oh wow. Oh, okay. Oh. What I'm trying to know. Nothing? Huh? Okay, they're lighting up.
Team, is it going to be clear when she is done?
Okay.
Just, yeah, we won't let you struggle too long, so just do what makes sense.
Just gonna keep moving my hand around and hope something happens. Can I grab them? Whoa. No.
How are you feeling, Hannah?
I can't tell. See, I can see that these little blue star things are popping up on the constellation, but I don't understand why.
Okay.
And I keep assuming that I'm supposed to like do something with my hands, but it doesn't seem to do anything.
Great. That's really helpful to hear. Team, do you want to give her a hint?
Yeah, is there some way I could control the lineup of the constellation?
So they want you to look at things longer.
Oh.
Do you feel like it's working?
No.
Okay. What?
I'm looking at the one star.
The one in the middle
between.
that's not lighting
Yeah.
up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, don't hurt your neck just for us.
I feel like I am. Because the red dot is aligned with the star.
Yeah.
At least. I know. But I feel like that's the center of my vision.
No worries. Do you want to call? You want to stop? You try a different star, maybe?
Okay.
Or a different section of the sky. See what you get.
See this guy. Oh.
Is anything happening?
One lit up, but
Okay.
it wasn't the exact one I was looking at.
It's possible that the calibration is slightly off, or we're tracking where you're looking. Yes. Well, let's stop so we can talk about it. Can y'all come help her out? Great job, Hannah. Yeah. Can we give a hand for Hannah?
All right. That's okay. I expect as much.
All right. So you did great.
Yeah.
That was super helpful.
Lights up.
Do we have predictions?
We do.
Dave's got them. Okay. So, what were you doing?
I mean, I assume I was camping and it was supposed to be like relaxing, and I did think it was very beautiful.
You had a little bit of like nervous energy though, which is usual in VR when you're like trying to figure out what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
You didn't seem super relaxed.
I think it's because well, part of it is you have the consciousness that you're in front of a bunch of
being
people
watching,
with a headset on.
yeah,
But
absolutely.
I think part of it too was just that I felt like something about being in the chair was kind of like immobilizing, because my instinct was like, especially when like I kept dropping the
To like walk around and pick it up again.
or to like try to grab, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you couldn't quite see it too, right, from
Yeah.
the chair? Or I couldn't tell because we only see part of your video.
Yeah, I
right?
couldn't really see it from the chair, so I was like trying to crane over but not
Yeah.
fall out of the chair.
I think dropping both marshmallows in the first move was tough. Right?
That was tough, yeah.
Yeah.
And like the one on the side I could get, but the one that fell like in the fire, I was like, it's dead to me now.
Yeah.
All right, should we do predictions?
Please. What did
All right,
they
number
want?
one.
Yeah.
The guests will pick up the marshmallow. Like,
You did right away.
Here.
Yeah.
They will roast the marshmallow.
You did.
There was some managing the marshmallows,
Mhm.
but then got the marshmallow into the fire. They will eat the marshmallows. Did you have any desire to eat the marshmallow? I don't think it was something you did.
I didn't know if I could eat the marshmallow.
Did you think about trying to eat it, or did it
No,
not occur to you?
I didn't. I was just trying. Like, I don't even feel like I effectively roasted it because I felt like I was like trying to lean towards the fire because it seemed far away. Yeah.
Cool.
Then they will look at the fire light up.
You didn't get that interaction, did you?
No, I just kind of thought all of a sudden my character fell asleep when I thought I was still roasting the marshmallow when I fell asleep. So I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Hope that doesn't end bad for me.
Did you get that you were falling asleep? Was that your?
Yeah,
thing?
I
Okay,
think like the eyes closing.
Nice.
I assumed was asleep.
Nice work.
On the last one, they will look up and see the stars.
Mhm.
You definitely
did.
like picked up on the stars.
Yeah.
And saw that. In the
You just
sky.
couldn't quite get it to work the way you wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, like I knew that there was some way I was supposed to interact with the constellations, and I was wondering if maybe because you see the sign of the Cancer, the crab in the sky, and so I was like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to somehow like make that constellation.
draw it or something.
Because there were multiple that were like highlighted, like the Big Dipper, and there were others, and so then I was like, okay, I guess maybe I'm trying to get them all to light up in that sign.
You had this interesting transition, right? Which is where like, the first part of the world wants you to pick up things and move them around with your hands. And then in the second world, you kept trying to do stuff with your hands and it kept not giving you the kind of like feedback that you wanted. It felt like you were sort of,
Yeah.
you became confused about like what you should be doing.
Yeah, I don't think I realized that it was about like looking.
Yeah.
And I think maybe like I assume maybe it just like wasn't calibrated 100% correctly, especially with the glasses. So like it maybe was supposed to be more intuitive and it just didn't function that
No,
way.
I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just trying to.
Yeah,
tell you what
yeah,
happened. Yeah. Cool. Anything else? How did you feel? Did you feel like obviously the frustration with the interface is tough, right?
Yeah.
But you said you felt like you were in a beautiful environment.
Yeah, I thought it was really pretty, and like I did like looking up at the stars, and then I think it was hard to appreciate that because I felt like I couldn't get it to work.
Yeah. Did you figure out anything else you could do aside from looking at the stars? 'Cause
I
stuff
mean,
was happening, and I wasn't sure. if
yeah,
you-
there were those little like glowing lights, and so I think for a second I was like, maybe I could like grab those and like use them to light up the constellations.
Did you feel like you were doing anything to make that happen, or that was just like slowly popping into the scene?
The lights or the constellation?
Not the constellations, the other stuff.
I didn't think I was doing anything to make it happen.
Got it.
And I mean, when you first like look around after the transition to nighttime, and you see like the mushrooms and the little like, I think they're Jacob's ladder, whatever kind of flower it is.
Yeah.
I think like for a second I was like, oh, maybe I can like pick these up and do something with them. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much.
for being a
That's
guest
super
again.
helpful.
No
You've been an amazing
problem.
guest twice today. Thank you. Hopefully you'll get you next year too.
All right. So the beginning, like super strong.
Still
like,
works
man,
really
those
well.
marshmallows on a stick and fire.
You nailed sleeping, which I was a little bit concerned about, but like she totally got it, right? And I think that's a strong moment.
Well, and a piece of it, indirect control that you're employing is the actual chair.
Yeah.
Right. Like we actually seen it already today. Like guests wondering, like, should I walk? Should I like go towards that?
Yeah.
And the anchoring the guest in a chair is a really good move to like just clarify what the guest should and shouldn't do.
Part of it, there are affordances as a chair that, like, Hannah didn't quite make use of, right? Like the way the chair, I don't want to sit on this because it's going to collapse, right? But like, you know, it's sort of made to lean back in. Does that make sense, right? And I think if you had a guest who was like into trying to feel relaxed in the thing, it might help. But like, obviously this is super artificial. Like Hannah's up here trying to like figure this out in front of an audience. Do you know what I mean? So it's hard to calm down, right, in that moment and like listen to the affordances of your body telling you that you can lean back. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't necessarily consider that a problem, and I like that you leaned into like the affordances of the chair.
And it was a little exciting at the beginning because she dropped both marshmallows.
Yeah.
And she's in a chair, which means that it's kind of hard to like recover from that.
Yeah.
But she did. And I'm guessing you were all a little nervous about that.
I was nervous about that too. I was like, are we gonna have to restart the world?
And it's definitely like, you see it a lot of like, you know, the guests like grabbing something either when they should or shouldn't, but then dropping it. And it goes through the geometry because the geometry isn't real. And like, you don't actually have all these like things going, but it was really great that she was able to recover. She knew what she was trying to do. And in that moment, like, it was really clear, like, she knew that the marshmallows were the thing that she wanted to roast. So all the stuff was communicating. It was just like a little bit of like the realities of a hand tracked in VR and grabbing something is a trick. The transition was lovely. I think it was a really great way to communicate that it's now different. To Jonathan's point, like the shift from we're using our hand to roast marshmallows to we're doing something else is aided by the fact that you fully transition. And obviously, like she got into the idea of looking at the stars, and there was like a little bit of feedback that says this is going to do something, but the gap was like connecting the interaction and being able to have confidence in what that was.
It's hard because when you have a slow world that reacts slowly to what people are doing, it's hard to build those really strong feedback loops, right, that'll keep them doing stuff. And I think, honestly, you're just attempting something that's hard, right? It's like, how do you maintain your like chill vibe while still telling the guests that the things they're doing are working or not working or whatever, right? And I think we saw that, like, again, my sense was the mushrooms lit up when she looked in that direction, and the little bells also rang when she was like looking at them, but that feedback could also just feel environmental, right? And like I said, like you've sort of programmed it so that things are like slowly kind of coming in, right? And so, man, nailing those interactions is challenging. And I think in some ways it doesn't matter that you nail all of them, right? But I think part of it is like the guest needs at least one thing that they feel like they are not in control of, because that's not quite how your world feels, right? But are like influencing how the things are unfolding. And I think right now you have like several, I mean, they're all really challenging, don't get me wrong. It's like you took on a difficult task, right? And I think I don't know, what do you want to say about that? Like, it's just hard, right?
Well, notably, foreshadowing for like possibly round 3, eye tracking is tricky.
It is.
And the challenge in the headset is where my headset is pointed isn't necessarily where my eyes are.
And you can look this way and
I think it's a challenge. It's a known challenge, I think, in VR to connect eye gaze to intentional interaction. It's challenging to do pointing. There's a lot of things that turns out 3D spatial interactions from a first-person perspective in VR are like surprisingly tricky. But I guess I'm kind of curious as a team. So she knew she was working way towards the constellations, which is really good. Like you got her to a place where she knew what the goal was, but just the interaction. What happens when you complete the constellations? I'm just kind of curious. So they'll transform into the symbols, and is like the world just like completing all the constellations and like making the sky complete?
Is there an ending moment? Okay. Oh, you can so it's just a chill moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really brave that you went in this direction. I still think that's true, right? Like, it's really great for us also to see people attempting different kinds of experiences, right? And honestly, you learn a lot from trying things that are hard, right? And then trying to work through them, right?
Well, and one of the things you did, or rather you didn't do, was you didn't like give her laser vision, right?
Right.
And I think every team is like balancing between this, like how much do we create an artificial interface to sort of like augment the guests, so there's like a lot of obvious, clear feedback of what this does, versus we try to sort of make it more magical. And like I would say, like the design goal you put forth here was like trying to make a magical experience, and you held back on like overdoing the interface.
Because even if you had like a little swirly dot or something in front, like it would have been easier to aim, but it would have broken some of the experience you're trying to make, right?
Yeah, and so like that, I think going for the less is more approach of like we're trying to minimize the interface and still get the guest to like know how to use it to create a more magical thing is an exciting way to try it. And it's honestly a tough question on iteration of, do you continue to sort of like refine like the idea of, what is the zone you have to look at? Do you like give some other ways of like having the stars like respond when you're close? Or do you kind of give up and create an interface and like make it really explicit for the guest? And there's no great answer. No. There's no like, oh, you should do it this one way. And I love the fact that you went for a world that wasn't about interfaces. It was about me in the forest at night, roasting marshmallows and looking up at the sky, and that being magical. And it was definitely like a bit of a struggle to learn, but I think a design direction worth pursuing.
I do think the transition from hands in the first part to gaze in the second one, and part of that was our fault because we like recommended some stuff. But like, you know what I mean? She kept trying to use her hands and nothing worked, right? And so I just wish there was either something in the dream that she could touch, but something that would then reinforce the gaze. I don't know what that is. Like my first response is there's like a magnifying glass or something that you like pick up, but it's something that you gaze through. But then we had trouble with binoculars in the earlier round, so I don't know, right? I'm just saying, like, if there's something that you could do with your hands that would then reinforce that the main verb is staring at stuff, that might help you land that transition. Does that make sense, right?
And I think
the other thing is the tool could help you focus like where it is, but I don't know if it's going to work, right? And so like I don't want to like push you in that direction. Does that make sense?
And I think a lot of teams are encountering this design challenge, which is how do you teach the guests what to do?
Yep.
And notably, you didn't have to teach the guests at all how to pick up the marshmallow sticks. And I think that's one of the things that makes being a designer in the space challenging. Is some things you don't need to do anything for, and they just work.
And then they set weird expectations for whatever you do next.
And some things you do need to like engineer new solutions in. And like as you're designing your worlds, like the question is like, do we need to intentionally design like an interest curve where the beginning is about teaching, or can the guests step past that moment and already work with the part that assumes they know what they're doing?
Right.
And like that's like, truthfully, like when building interactive things, like that's what playtesting gets you. That's where like the iteration gets you, is like discovering where guests really are with an understanding of your world. And like I said, the beginning was a really great way to get in. And I think if I iterated this, it would be a moment between waking up from the blink and looking up at the stars that basically teaches me.
Teaches you how to stare at stuff.
I can look at things now.
Yeah. I mean, the other option is like you wake up and there's like a magical pair of glasses or something, right? And you put them on, which is weird when you already have a headset on, but whatever. Do you know what I mean, right? Like there's some cue that the verb has changed now, right?
Yeah.
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 Our design was like, when you look at the fire wasn't supposed to be lit up the second scene. Supposed to look at it.
I see.
But
I
she
see.
was like not leaning back, so her eye was like really.
So you had this moment, it just didn't quite land. Okay.
It didn't land, but
No, that's totally fine. Thanks for telling us, because sometimes we give all this weird advice and it's like, we did that, right? So I appreciate it.
No, I think you went for I love the vibe of your world and the approach you took, and the fact that you kind of had the restraint to let that be what you're going for. And you didn't clutter it with interface. So I think
it was very brave, and you did a lot of work. And I think, you should feel really good about it, right? Sometimes even when things don't land, it's okay, right? Like that's okay. And again, you could still iterate it if you wanted to, right? So yeah.
Great. All right. Thank you so much.
Nice work. Oh, here comes the giant box. Look out, everybody. Look out, somebody might get injured. This is actually good foreshadowing for their world. Okay, do we have a guest? Let's see, who was supposed to be here? Man, I should just get used to it.
are you handcuffing the guest to your prop? Is that what I'm seeing here? All right. I'll be really curious.
You're being spoiled already, though.
What?
Can we put Robin in this again?
Sure.
Okay.
As we're talking, like, there's the handcuff.
The what?
The handcuff.
Oh, that's intense. Sorry, I didn't know we were getting weird, Robin. How do you feel about it? Okay.
Tighten her up. More, please. All right, here we go. Sure. Okay. Yep.
Ah, my little passenger awakens. Welcome to the grand experiment of morality and humanity. I am the illustrious Mr. Evil Mustache. Welcome to the final test.
All right.
You are seated in my specially modified trolley. Shame about the brakes, though. I may have given them a teeny tiny adjustment. So don't try to stop the trolley. Just save your time to worry about other things. For example, are you willing to watch the trolley run over 5 poor souls? Or do you want to switch tracks to run over only one? 1 life for 5. 5 lives for 1. It's your play.
Oh boy. Too late.
Oh no!
Death.
Marvelous. Our test subject remains alive and screaming, but why stop at mere numbers? On track A are 5 complete strangers. On track B, your dearest friend. Numbers crumble before names, don't they? What is morality when your own heart is on the line?
Hey, gotta make tough choices.
Hey, one wealthy gentleman. He swears that if spared, he'll donate his entire fortune to you. Track B, 5 penniless souls who own nothing but
It's a
their
fundraising
fragile
question for you,
lives.
Robin.
So,
5 million
do you
UTC,
save the
5
wealthy
strangers.
and receive the
I think we know
award?
the answer.
Or protect the crowd whose only guarantee is their beating hearts?
For the ETC!
Behold, Track A hosts a bright-eyed puppy. Track B, a purring kitten of unspeakable cuteness. Dog or cat, choose your champion. Who gets your mercy?
This one's the hardest one. Ooh.
Let's raise the stakes. Track A, a service dog who guides the blind. Track B, a rare tiger cub, the last of its kind. Utility or biodiversity? Loyalty or legacy?
Yeah.
On track A, One innocent infant, giggling in blissful ignorance. Track B, a wise elder who has lived a century of stories, but perhaps only some years remain. Youth or wisdom, potential or memory. Look ahead! On track A, two lovers, hand in hand, the picture of romance, a bright future ahead. On track B, three strangers, alone, unloved, but innocent nonetheless. Tell me, is love worth more than lives? Will you destroy the fairy tale or the faceless majority?
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
The time comes to let go of some final favorites. On track A, oh, Mom. On track B, Dad. Pick your favorite, lose the other. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
I'm a mama's girl.
Well, well, the wheels are silent, but your choices will rattle forever. No heroes, no villains, only you and the levers you dare to touch. Until next time, mind the gap between what you believe and what you have become. See you in the morning news tomorrow.
You didn't know we were asking you hard ethical questions today. We should have warned you that we do serious and transformational games. Do you feel morally transformed by that experience?
That was tough, guys. Some tough choices. No, it's cruel.
Nice.
Should we start with the
Let's do the predictions, yeah.
All right. Number one, guest will turn the lever to the left when they are ready to start.
You did.
Did. Guests will notice the narrator on the screen.
Yes.
And three, guests will express discomfort at the decisions they must make.
Was he Dr. Evil Mustache?
Yes.
Something like that,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I definitely felt lots of discomfort.
It felt like he was played by Jim Carrey, is my sense. I don't know. Yeah.
I was definitely getting Jim Carrey, Dr. Robotnik vibes.
That's what I was getting too, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so the getting into this world, like the interface was this. It seemed like, so you knew, you got to start the world. The first decision, it sounded like you were making a choice, but the trolley went the other way. Is that correct?
I think I moved the lever too late.
Too late.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you get a sense of the timing?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, I did.
How does the timing work, just so we know?
The timing, I think, is. I thought I had a lot more time.
Yeah. You thought you had a lot more time to make the choice?
Yes. Yeah.
Nice. Did you feel like you had enough time for the later
Yes.
choices? Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
There was definitely enough time. I think at the beginning, I was still trying to figure out, like, I was kind of distracted. I was like, there were buttons in front of me too, and
There's
I was
a
like,
lot of things.
should I push that? But no, I'm handcuffed to this lever. I can't move anywhere. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. As somebody closer to our age, did you like the sort of like speed references in the premise? Did you get that?
I didn't even pick up on that.
I was just thinking about it. Like Madman takes breaks off things, makes them go fast.
Well, if I was paying attention enough to notice
That's an
that,
old film reference. Sorry, it's a bad movie, but you can watch it. It's fine.
It's a franchise.
It is, isn't it?
They made like 3 of them.
I don't think I ever saw past the first one.
Yeah, me either.
Cool. Did you feel like you were like making ethical questions yourself, or do you feel like you were performing making ethical questions for an audience? That's a tough one, right?
I think I was performing. Yeah, I wasn't really taking the choice seriously or
Yeah, yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even in this kind of play environment, it's
Yeah.
still like I still had like an ache, like oh,
Yeah,
you know.
sure.
But I wasn't really like, oh, this isn't really.
So
right
you're
for
feeling the
them.
choices a little bit, but not taking them like
No.
too deeply. Okay.
No.
Good. That's good. That's a tough thing to walk. So yeah, good job.
Thank you so much for.
Yeah,
for acting with
Robin.
Peg.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about this.
Yeah. So the reason I asked Robin that question, right, is because I was trying to figure out, like, you have this vibe for the game that it's not serious, and the topic is serious. Do you know what I mean? Sort of. I mean, arguably serious, right? And so, like, but I think it feels like you nailed the vibe that you wanted, which is that people do think a little bit about it, right, and do feel feelings, but then it's also like fun and kind of performative, right? You're like, I'm a dog person or whatever, right? And so I think that's a good place to be, right? Because it means people can engage it in different ways, right? The other thing that I think works particularly well with it is it's going to work really well in front of an audience, which you can tell, right? So like even though it's a single player experience, right? It's actually more fun if you have like a bunch of people being like, no, or like, kill the guy or whatever, right? And like, I think that's a really good place to be, right? Having something that you can show off, and then people will be like, I want to be next.
Yeah.
Right? And even if they get in there and they're like, oh, it's the same questions and it's not as exciting as I thought, like as long as everybody around them is excited for like to see their friend make these weird choices, then that might be okay still, right?
And this is an element of BVW that, like, different rounds of different things. Festival, like, unusually has an audience. Like, the worlds we put together aren't just, like, one guest in a room locked away from everyone else. There's an idea of, like, spectators and people who are, like, going around festival with other people. And so the question of audience and audience reaction is something to start to pay attention to and think about.
Yeah.
And so, like, for this world, and actually other worlds, one of the things you notice is how people in the audience react. Like how, like those moments of like surprise, of, you know, delight. This one definitely had a lot of good audience reactions. And it's a thing, it's sort of an element of playtesting. A lot of times when we playtest in isolation. We bring one person in, we see how they do, and it's often like a weirdly like,
Strangely artificial.
sterile environment.
And they'll like keep playing even if they don't like it and things like that that wouldn't happen in real life, right?
But the social context of having an audience and multiple people sort of engaging in it is also a valuable thing to be paying attention to, because it gets you sort of a broader perspective. It also like lets you see how, if you do present this world at festival, how would other people who are watching it react? And where do you bring that into the design? And I think it's part of this that this is a world that has a natural role for the audience.
Yeah. In some ways, this is a prelude to round 2 and round 3, when we'll talk more explicitly about
3 and 4.
Oh, sorry, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
What did I say? 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
It's been a long day. 3 and 4, right? Because those are more explicitly like part of the lead up to festival, and we'll start talking about things like multiplayer, and we'll start talking about things like throughput, like how many guests can play your game in an hour, and things like that, right? Or not necessarily even a game, right? So, like thinking about those questions and thinking about how do you make something that can be enjoyable to watch as well as to experience, right? And maybe not everybody has to play it. You know what I mean? Like people can watch it and be like, I've seen that, right? And they don't necessarily want to be the one who's doing it publicly necessarily, right? And that can be a good place to be too.
And there's consideration of iteration.
Yeah.
Like, is this a VR world in its final form? Like, is it something that...
It could be a giant projector wall world, you know what I mean? Where it's like everybody can see what's going on, and you're like, oh no, right?
Well, and one of the things notably that VR does is it separates us from an audience. And so, like, the person in the headset is going to be more isolated. And also, socially, I kind of know that talking to someone in a headset is, like, not going to work as well as talking to someone who can look around and see. And it might be a thing to think about is, if you shift this more just towards festival, it might be a person in front of a screen, but because they're no longer in a headset, there's more of a connection with an audience. And like there could be conversation, there could be, hey, what should I do? And stuff like that, as opposed to it's a solo experience in the headset.
Yeah, notably this round, one of the weird things about this round is that we're not pushing you really hard on the affordances of VR specifically and designing for it. And so that's also one thing to think about, not just for you, but for other teams, right? Is like, now that we don't have these artificial constraints, now that we can explain things to the players, now that we don't have to be on one platform or another platform, where is the place that our experience wants to be, and what would that look like, right? And some places it's like, oh, it's gonna be too much work to move this off VR, we're just gonna keep it on VR. You know what I mean? But then other ones you're gonna be like, oh, we'll be able to land the experience if we're gonna make a giant prop that's gonna be attached to a thing, and then we can do stuff, right? And so anyway, just think about those kind of questions too, because BVW is very artificial. But then when we move towards festivals, sometimes you can free things up a little bit and be able to do things that really help, like just like tell them what to do, right? So
That said, there's some good moments of VR.
Really good, yeah.
I don't know if it was intentional, Robin, but like I think it was the "I'm a lover, not a fighter."
That was a great line.
But you looked to the left as opposed to looking ahead, and I don't know if that was avoiding the gore.
She did that the first time too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you wanted to see the gore. I don't know. Sometimes you didn't mind seeing the gore, and sometimes you really didn't want to see it. And I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and notably, like the ability for the guests to kind of like react and that be part of it. I think it's a good aspect of what you built. Is like, for better or for worse, like this world has like this visceral moment of like these splatters, and the VR allows that to be part of the interaction. Is how do I react to that? How does that part of what I'm doing? And truthfully, like it's kind of like part of this. The whole trolley problem is like it's being in the moment and being there is part of the experience to create.
And that's partially where you got some of the performative aspects too. It wasn't just like Robin making these choices that she thought the audience would respond to. It was also just like Robin's reaction to the things, right? And all this being like, it's actually really fun to watch Robin like at least pretend to squirm a little bit as she's making these ethical choices, right? For us, because we can imagine ourselves in the situation and what we would do, right? And we have this visceral reaction to her responses, right? And so that, I think, really feeds into the experience as well.
So a lot of good choices. I think you streamlined the interest curve. I think you got to a good place. I think the ending was really strong. An awful lot of recorded dialogue.
Man, that's a lot of dialogue.
Bold choice, like having to be able to listen to it. I was worried at times that we'd miss it, but I think it came through well enough and clear enough through this that it worked.
It actually... It played this role of anticipation too, right? Like it really did try to build up each moment, and I think it made the moments land harder. Does that make sense? But I also feel like it was really long, and so it's like, where's the balance? Because you also want to make sure that the player has enough time and like sort of information, that there's not a lot of information, but you know that you sort of set up this duality, right? And so it was also really working, and also, man, I wish it was faster, and I don't know how I feel about that, right?
Yeah. Well, and I guess you
need time to make the choice, right?
You all have like I think in terms of like iteration, like the audience question is a bigger question for the idea of the world. Last little thing, indirect control, like you have a weird world because your world isn't about guiding the guests down like a single path. The world is about having the guests choose their own path. So like where does indirect control fit into this? Like it's clearly not a world that is all about indirect control. Like you actually want the guest to feel a ton of agency and to truly have a choice. Like if this world were about indirect control, it wouldn't be the trolley problem, right? You being able to choose.
Or you would be pushing them towards a particular choice, right? Being like, look at this cute, cuddly cat and this kind of evil, mangy hairball dog. Do you know what I mean, right? But you didn't do that, right? And so you tried to balance it so that you nailed the freedom, right? Does that make sense? But there, trying to figure out like where is the indirect control?
I think there is sort of a ceiling on this world about how much indirect control does the world want, and it's mostly at the beginning getting the guest in, and then once the guest is rolling, so to speak, then it's like let the guests do what they do.
Honestly, the blood is also kind of fun because you get to see the consequences of your actions, which makes you. Part of it is like a lot of the world is sort of internal or between the player and the audience. And I think in that sense, you used a lot of, this is like getting abstract. I think you used a lot of indirect control in making those things happen. Does that make sense, right? Like to make the guest feel things and to make the guest have extreme reactions that will then get reactions from the crowd, right? And so like you are directing the guest experience, but it's in a different way than we often normally talk about indirect control. Does that make sense?
Anyway, great job, good work.
Good job. Thanks, Robin, for being such a good sport in three worlds today. Now we have an extra special guest. Come on down, Ariel. Ariel is a former head TA in BVW. Do you want to talk about what you're doing now? Introduce yourself, or no? You want to be anonymous? Okay. Okay. She doesn't want to talk too much about her life now, but we're lucky that she is still at CMU for the moment. And we're lucky as long as we can have you. Yeah, of course. How are you feeling? Sitting? Oh, being naive guest?
You don't have to judge them.
You don't have to judge them. We can judge them.
No, like I wanna get graded. I wanna get this is like weird that I'm not taking down notes.
Yeah, for sure.
Guests don't need to take notes today.
No notes. We just try not to like totally terrify you so much that you won't come back, right? So we've trained you either too well or something. I don't know. Oh, the overachievers of head TAs, really. Yeah, you have to tighten it a lot. I feel your pain, Ariel. I have an abnormally large head, and I never fit in these things. Okay, he's going to pretend to be your hand so he can turn it on. I mean, you're not used to being experimented on in this way. Can you see your hands?
Greetings. This is Spaceship Terminal System. Your oxygen supply is critically low. Estimated support time, 5 minutes.
Just 5 minutes left. Funny, isn't it? How everything comes down to this. Look up at the stars for me sometimes. I'm still looking for the brightest star.
You're doing great, Ariel.
It reminded me of the lamp above our dinner table. We spent so many evenings there, eating and laughing together. I hope to hear the wedding song again.
I hope you don't make Ariel cry. She just got married.
We danced while the record played. Her laughter was brighter than the music. leave home, I remember she cried a lot.
You're doing great.
Her tears followed me out the door. I still remember how they glistened more than the stars. And before I left, I promised my daughter we would fly the kite again.
You know how this goes. Let us know if you want a clue, but you're doing great.
If I could bring it back to her, would she forgive me for breaking my word? My love, my home, my last glance. Love will guide me home.
Is that it? Yeah. No? No, I'm sorry.
Greetings. This is Spaceship Terminal System. Your oxygen level is 0%. Estimated consciousness duration, 0 minutes. Hope to serve you again next time.
Hey. I swear, come help her out of the headset. So, Ariel knows a lot about BVW, but you've never done Naive Guess before.
Yes.
So now we have to ask you questions.
Okay, yeah.
So what was going on?
I think I landed on some weird planet with my spacecraft,
Mm-hmm.
and it crashed.
Mm-hmm.
So I was alone, and my oxygen level was running low. So I started thinking about my family,
Uh-huh.
my daughter, and my wife.
Mm-hmm. Nice. What did you do? Do you know what I mean? Like you were thinking about
Yeah.
them.
So I was using like the telescope to observe. I like to use the word observe,
Yeah.
like different planet around me, and eventually the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And that brings back my memory when I was at home.
Uh-huh. Nice. You want to hear predictions?
Predictions.
Let's do it.
Guests will first look around and then instinctively raise their hands.
Yes, I did that.
Yeah.
Definitely looked around.
You definitely tried to shake the things
Yeah.
off your hands too. I noticed that.
Guests will attempt to figure out the function of the right hand projector, telescope, binocular thing.
Yes, yes. I was trying to figure out what is that, and then I raised my hand towards my face,
Yeah.
and I can see through that telescope.
Yeah.
And then once the guest successfully captures a celestial object, they'll begin to understand the entire loop. I think you kind of described the loop there.
Yeah, so the loop is you just had a message. Somebody's like, I'm thinking about my daughter. Then what do you do?
So like the message is like my oxygen level is running low. So my immediate thought was like, am I supposed to be looking for like oxygen?
Right, you're trying to
oxygen
survive.
supply? Yeah,
Yeah.
trying to survive. And then I realized like that's like my flashback before I died, where
Yeah. Uh-huh.
yeah, and I started using the telescope to like see the planet around me, and it like bring me back a piece of my memory, and that kind of like a puzzle, and I get like the whole story.
How did you figure out what planet you should be shooting at, or were you just like spamming it until you got the right one?
So like on my right hand, it's like a holographic ring where like
Yeah, I
some
saw
type
you
of-
looking at it a couple of times when you couldn't figure it out.
So that gives me kind of like visual cue, and the voiceover also gave me, oh, so you should be looking for a cat, or the home, and home meaning the earth.
Nice. You were also able to take pictures or something of planets that you'd already taken pictures of before, or whatever it was you're doing. Did that feel weird? Like sometimes you were taking like multiple pictures of the same object and stuff like that.
Yeah, that actually feels kind of weird.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't know if I was like doing the right thing, but it still allows me to take actions.
Nice. Cool.
All right. Thank you so much.
You were an
Naive
amazing naive guest. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you. So I do have a question for the team.
Yeah.
Is this like open-ended? Like anyway, I can go back home, or did I just die in that game? Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes me feel way better.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let's talk about this briefly. I know,
Yeah.
because we're at time here.
We are at time. Man, is it pretty? Really great visuals. I think the moodiness really comes through, like the sort of slow, low-key speaking of the audio and the dialogue. And, you know, the dialogue, I think you hit the points without it sounding too cheesy and artificial, which is really hard in these situations. You're like, you're an astronaut and you're dying, right? But it doesn't feel like that. It's like, it feels like in tone with the rest of the world, right? And I think we talked some at in-room about planets flying too fast and stuff, and you still had some moments where like the thing Ariel was looking for was like behind her or under the planet she was standing on and things like that, which is, it's just gonna be a challenge, right, to try to figure that out. But I thought you managed to nail, I think, most of the story points you wanted. And it's hard, like Ariel's artificially here performing for all of us, right? And so like, how much do you feel the narrative, right? In these kind of contexts, right? I was joking that I didn't want to make her cry because she might cry, who knows? But like, but it was good. You hit these emotional moments, right? And I think that's really good.
Well, and I think notably, like the story connected. You're able to understand what the world was doing.
Yep.
That clearly, like the biggest stumbling block was just the interface for how the binoculars, the scanner takes pictures.
Yeah.
And like there's like this, I can sort of see the balance between we need to have some lag, some time where it's waiting to trigger, and then it goes into the feedback mode, and there's this like learning curve of how does it work and how do you gain confidence. And I think that would be where the iteration would be. Is like,
yeah,
how do you,
even watching Ariel, I wasn't sure how it worked. That's why I was asking questions about it. Like, can you always take pictures of everything? Because sometimes it seemed like she tried to and it didn't work, right? Or record data or whatever you're doing with it, right? And so the feedback is currently like just a little bit confusing. And it's like, the problem too is like, if you just held the camera up and it wasn't doing anything, you might just be like, is it even working? Is this game broken, right? So it's almost like you need some feedback there of some kind, but it's hard when it's always the completion of the circle. Does that make sense? Because then you just have like something is happening feedback and not like something is happening, but it's not the right things yet, right? And then eventually you get to the right ones. Does that make sense, right? So I think that's a place where like differentiate between like the kind of feedback they're getting might be helpful.
and notably, it worked.
Yeah.
There's enough interface to learn, and I think the iteration would make it smoother.
Yeah.
Right? It would, because the challenge of this world is, it is sort of a world sort of about thinking and observing, and every time the interface doesn't quite work, it kind of pulls you out, and it's like this little, you trip a little bit on the story, and so the world gets smoother if it becomes more intuitive. But you definitely have a hard challenge, which is how do you make this weird interface, which is like these binoculars that can scan things, with no buttons, like it's just a hand tracked. So it has to happen all with like, are we lingering over the thing? How long are we there? Like all these little things. And I think it's working decently right now, and like the iteration would get it to be, like I said, smoother. But overall, like you got the full interest curve. I loved how like some things came in, like the Earth wasn't there until near the end.
Yeah.
There was that exciting moment where I think it was the second comet was like way off in the distance. And I was like, will this work? Will it connect? And so like there is like a little bit of drama and like
there was that one dramatic moment too. There was like one that flew by really close and you weren't able to quite get it in time. Like that moment was pretty cool too. There was also the moment where I was, there's that little crescent of the blue planet like off in the distance, and I kept being like, is that the Earth? And then like she kept trying to scan it and it kept not working, so I kept being like, oh, what's going on there? But the other thing is, to add on to what Dave's saying, right? Like if the guest feels confident in their fluency with the interface, they'll be able to relax more and I think appreciate the narrative more, right? Whereas when they're like trying to figure things out, it's hard for them to feel those moments as strongly. I think you still feel them, right? And so that's an area where I think it'll make it feel stronger, right?
But great job in like giving the guests the autonomy and the space to be part of the story. Like this was not, there was some light guidance on what to do next, but I think very much this was, okay, I am doing this, I'm looking for it, I'm moving it forward. And I think that's a good balance you found was, it was a linear sequence of things to do, but the guest was essential and their autonomy was kind of essential in moving that forward. And I think that's where it worked really well. So great job, team.
Great job.
All right. Woo! Congratulations to everyone. And just as a heads up, thank you. Moving forward, you will be allowed to help the guests a lot more than we let you do in round 2. So don't worry, we don't hold this constraint for forever. You're done with it. Now we get to like teach guests things, tell guests things. So great work.
On Thursday, then fall break, and then we're back for the next 2 rounds where we do weird tech. So we will see
Yeah.
Thursday.
So see everyone Thursday.
We'll chat a little bit.